Thank you, sir, and good evening, everyone. This is the Township Council regular meeting for April 19th, 2022. This is a regular meeting of the Council of the Township of Montclair and is being broadcast live on Channel 34 and is streaming live on the Montclair TV 34 YouTube channel. It is available on demand and will be rebroadcast. This meeting is called pursuant to the provisions of the Open Public Meetings Act. This meeting was included in the annual notice of the meeting schedule as set forth in Resolution R-21-210, adopted by the Council at its conference meeting of November 15, 2021, advertised in the official newspaper on December 30th, 2021, and January 6, 2022, posted on the bulletin boards outside the municipal building, and has remained continuously posted. In addition, a copy of the annual notice is and has been available to the public and is on file in the office of the Township Clerk. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance
to the flag
of the States of America,
to
the republic which stands one nation,
God,
under God,
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
and justice for all.
So thank you. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Counselor Cummings,
Present.
Deputy Mayor Herlock,
Present.
Counselor Price Abrams,
Present.
Counselor Russo,
Present.
Counselor Schlager,
Here.
Counselor Yacobelis,
Present.
Mayor Spiller.
Present. Thank you very much. Next, we'll adopt the agenda with flexibility. Thank you very much. We have approval of minutes. There have been presented to us the minutes of December 7th, December 21st, 2021, and minutes of the executive sessions held on February 2nd, 2021, March 2nd, 2021, April 20th, 2021, May 18th, 2021, June 1st, June 22nd, November 1st, and December 21st, 2021. Any corrections or additions? Seeing none, I so move.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Nays, no. Abstentions. Okay, thank you very much. Next, we also have two proclamations. The first is recognizing May as Lupus Awareness Month. Can I ask Councilwoman Price Abrams, would you do the honors of that?
Thank you, Mayor. Sure. It's a proclamation recognizing May as Lupus Awareness Month. Whereas lupus is a chronic autoimmune disease that is afflicting all nationalities, races, ethnicities, genders, and ages, it is considered a serious global health problem. It is estimated that 5 million people worldwide suffer from some form of lupus. The Lupus Foundation of America estimates that 1.5 million Americans are living with lupus, and approximately 1 in 250 people may end up developing lupus. And whereas lupus is a health condition that affects the immune system, it causes the body's defense systems to attack healthy cells and tissues instead of viruses and bacteria. This can damage many parts of the body, such as the joints, skin, kidneys, heart, lungs, blood vessels, and brain. And whereas lupus currently has no cure and is one of the most difficult diseases to diagnose, as its symptoms come and go and can mimic those of other diseases, there currently exists no single test that can authoritatively identify the disease. And whereas the outlook has vastly improved for those who have lupus, patients are living longer, more normal lives because of the increased awareness of the disease, improved diagnostic methods, and more effective therapy. As a result of advances from biomedical research and positive findings, the advancement of treatment methods has progressed. And whereas biomedical scientist Judith Mills founded nonprofit organization Butterfly Walkers, Inc. to increase public and professional awareness and help create an educated population. The organization advocates for people with the disease, works to inform patients and their families about their treatment options, and raises funds for research to find a cure. Active with both the Research Lupus Alliance and Lupus Foundation of America, New Jersey chapter, Judith Mills has also formed support groups to help people with autoimmune disease to thrive. And whereas to take advantage of the knowledge already gained through public awareness of symptoms and treatment of lupus, the need for scientific research remains essential. In the Montclair community, Butterfly Walkers, Inc., the Lupus Foundation of America, and Lupus Research Alliance assists in various fundraising events such as Walk to End Lupus Now. Now, therefore, the Mayor and Council of the Township of Montclair hereby recognize May as Lupus Awareness Month and urge the Montclair community to seek out resources to educate themselves about this disease in efforts to better support all those affected. And I so move.
Thank you. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you
Aye.
very much, Councilwoman. And it certainly, as we know, as we do many of these, always important to keep raising awareness, keep having the conversation, drawing attention, and hopefully, working to add support as efforts always on go to try and address the challenges that we see in Lupus or anything else. So speaking of that, and I think just as appropriately, we've got Mental Health Awareness Month, also another important conversation that has come so far because people have been willing to talk about it. Councilman Russo, would you be willing to do the honors?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. It's near and dear to my heart with Senator Cody's work and all the others who've been working in this field and on our People with Disabilities Committee, the efforts of Alma Schneider and all of the members of that committee. Whereas nearly 53 million American adults and millions of children experience mental health conditions like depression, anxiety, bipolar disorders, schizophrenia, post-traumatic stress disorder, affecting family members, friends, co-workers. Whereas the impact of these conditions is felt in the loss of productivity in our workforce, in the discouragement of our young people who drop out of school, and in the despair felt by those who resort to suicide, particularly our military veterans. Whereas too often mental health is regarded as different from other forms of health like diseases, mental health can be treated, and without help, they can grow worse. Whereas May is Mental Health Awareness Month, during which we renew our commitment to ridding our society of the stigma associated with mental illness, encourage those living with mental health conditions to get the help they need, and reaffirm our pledge to ensure those who need help have access to the support, acceptance, and resources they deserve. Whereas part of that dialogue involves training police officers who are often the first responders to situations involving a person in psychiatric crisis. The Montclair Police Department has participated in crisis intervention team training for many years, which is comprised of classroom instruction, community site visits, practical exercises to deliver mental health assistance. CIT of Essex County has provided participants with knowledge in de-escalation skills, which may decrease the necessity to use force in certain situations, thus protecting both the officers involved and the person in crisis. Whereas the Montclair Police have been active in CIT training, the following officers receiving 40 hours of instruction: Lieutenant Tyrone Williams, Lieutenant Robert Romito, Sergeant Charles Cunningham, Detective Paul Rusniak, Detective Frederick Cook, Officer Erica Peterson, Officer Christopher Barnes, Officer Garth Guthrie, Officer Justin Schaub, Officer Antonio Constantino, Officer Maria Arroyo, Officer Vincent Russo, Officer Glenda Rivera, and Officer Elisa Arnaldi. Therefore, now the Mayor and Council of the Township of Montclair do hereby declare May of 2022 as Mental Health Awareness Month in Montclair, and recognize the important contributions made by the Essex County Crisis Intervention Team, Montclair Police Department, our own Health Department, and the People with Disabilities Committee to save lives affected by mental illness. So moved.
All in favor? Aye.
Mayor, I just wanted to say again, Senator Cody, our former governor, has been so involved, wanted us to at one time, and we posted them, that this town, stigma-free community signs, which help make people feel that this is not, it's something that can be managed and handled, and it's something that people should not avoid talking about. So the mental health stigma, and I want to just recognize Governor Cody again for all his work. He has a mental health foundation, the Cody Foundation. Thank you, Mayor.
Absolutely. Thank you, sir. And as I noted before at the previous our previous proclamation, having the conversation matters. This has been a great example of that. And certainly we do have those signs still posted, and certainly many towns do, thanks to the work of Governor Cody. And thank you for reading and acknowledging that as well. All right. Thank you. Next, we have public comment. In an effort to minimize exposure to COVID-19 and to maintain social distancing practices, this April 19, 2022 council meeting will be available to the public remotely. Again, as I note, we are, at least at this juncture, on pace to move back starting next month in-person meetings. Of course, we are mindful of the twists and turns of the different variants and what happens. We will make that call should we see change here, but That is the plan moving into the next meetings. That said, those who wish to participate now during public comment should dial in to 408-418-9388. When asked to enter an access code, please enter 2346059-5572 and then press pound. When asked to enter an attendee number, please press pound. When asked to state your name, please do so and press pound. The administrator will say when it's the caller's turn to speak, and the caller will then hear 2 beeps. At that time, the caller will have an opportunity to make his or her comments. With that, I turn it over, Mr. Fan, Mr. Stafford, to you, gentlemen. Thank you.
Caller with the number starting 310497. It is your turn to comment. 310497. Please state your name for the record, mute your listening device, and keep your comments to 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm Lynn Hendy. Thank you to the mayor and council for the opportunity to speak. Work with the League of Women Voters Environmental Issues Committee. And we hope you will join the League of Women Voters of the Montclair area for its first 2022 We Love Eagle Rock Reservation program at 9 a.m. this Saturday, April 23rd. We will gather at the 9/11 Memorial and Eagle Rock Reservation with our partner organizations, Essex County Department of Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Affairs, and the New Jersey Sierra Club for a cleanup hike through the reservation, preparing the reservation for the spring and summer seasons. We love Eagle Rock Reservation programs in future months will include planting indigenous plants after we remove non-indigenous varieties that choke out the plants that should be there, waterway and soil remediation, repair of deer enclosures to protect young plants, nature hikes, and more. We look forward to your support and participation. Thank you.
Next would be caller with the number starting 973222. It is your turn to comment. 973222, please, for the record, state your name, mute your listening device, and keep comments to 3 minutes.
This is Charlie Swanson. I am not an out-of-town investor. I love this town. I raised my kids and I buried my late wife here, and I will retire here. I am a 76-year-old senior citizen. I worked and lived here since 1973. I live in a multi-family home that I own and occupy with my other tenants. They are like my family. I have not raised rents, and my rents are way below market rates. I take offense with the comments that small property owners are the Goliaths of regional real estate in our town. On the contrary, most of us manage our properties below market rents. Please reconsider passage of the rent control ordinance as written, or commit to amendments including the 1,200 small plus property owners. All along, 2-, 3-, and 4-family owner-occupied owners understood the ordinance would not affect us. Most of us did not oppose the original ordinance. I am in total support of the letters to the council from Carmel, Lockman, and other small property owners. I plead with you to read them again. I agree with all the fact-checking that they have done. I agree the ordinance was rushed out without careful taking input from the general public and is full of discrepancies and contradictory statements. I also question, why are out-of-town investors allowed to rent their unoccupied by owner one-family home or condo without rent control? I'm disappointed and embarrassed. I have lost my town council. Please, let's take the time to table passage or commit to amending the ordinance. Let's also commit to fair, low, and affordable housing programs that serve and protect the diversity of our great town. Thank you for giving me a chance to voice my opinion.
Thank you. Next would be caller with the number starting 973744. It is your turn to comment. 973744. Please state your name for the record, mute your listening device, and keep your comments to 3 minutes.
Good evening, councilors. This is Carmel Lockman. I have called in at the past 2 council meetings to voice my objections to the new rent control ordinance. I have written numerous emails to you all with lengthy explanations as to why this is a bad ordinance for 2- and 3-family property owners. I thank those 4 counselors who took the time to respond to my emails: Ms. Schlager, Mr. Cummings, Mr. Russo, and Mr. Iacobellis. Study after study confirms that rent control reduces the value of properties. From a landlord's point of view, with the stroke of a pen, the value of our 2- and 3-family properties has been reduced. But not only small landlords suffer, the tenants of 2- and 3-family homes will be adversely impacted. 2- and 3-family homes have been a stable sector in the rental market in Montclair. Foisting cumbersome and uncertain rent regulations on us will have the unintended consequences of disrupting this sector. Discussions with groups of small property owners like the last speaker reveal that most of us are charging below market rent. The town has said, though, through this ordinance, that it is appropriate for landlords to increase rents by 4%. If that is the wisdom of the town, i.e. its large property owners and tenant organization, then shouldn't I, as a small landlord, also follow suit? I can't operate outside these rules, so shouldn't I fall into step with the larger landlords now, as the rules will affect me in the same way it does them? Would I be a fool to continue subsidizing my tenants' apartments, since the rules are, in my view, stacked against small landlords? With the enactment of this ordinance, many will now increase rents by 6% and add the 4% escalation clause to annual lease renewals. The unintended consequence of passage of this ordinance will be an increase in rents for a significant number of formerly below market rents, thus disrupting the stable sector of Montclair affordable housing. Another unintended consequence is that small property owners may now put their homes on the market to capture the full value of their homes, given the new uncertainties before us that rules and regulations designed for large landlords will bring. We may sell our 2- and 3-family homes or non-renew leases so the rents on these vacant units can be raised to market levels. Once again, another potential disruption to the currently stable sector of the Montclair housing market. I know that you have made up your minds on this ordinance, and it will go through tonight. Small landlords don't want to be your adversaries. We are the backbone of this community and respect the work you do. But in light of the very real disruption in a very stable sector of the Montclair affordable housing market, I want to appeal to the council to commit to amending the ordinance to exempt from rent control 2- and 3-family homes, whether owner-occupied or not. Thank you for giving this your consideration.
Next would be caller with the number starting 973-303. It is your turn to comment. 973-303. Please, for the record, state your name, mute your listening device, and keep your comments to 3 minutes.
Hi, this is Karen DeCino. I'm calling again. I called at the last meeting about rent control. After writing to the council and corresponding with some of the members, I was surprised when the council unanimously endorsed the new ordinance. Since that time, I've read letters and news articles, but there has been no response from the council, other than Peter Iacobellis announcing that he expects another unanimous decision tonight. For some reason that I don't understand, this small group of people thinks that they know what is best for Montclair. They're implementing an ordinance quickly and without discussion and without a vote from the public. What are they afraid of? How could they possibly know more than the people who actually supply affordable housing on a daily basis? I want to say something about the ordinance itself. I take pride in my properties, the repairs, the quick response to tenant requests, and the service to provide people with affordable housing. When I read the ordinance, I felt like a criminal. It is insulting. It is also petty and dictatorial with its fees and fines. If you're already hired funded a full-time rent control officer, why are there any fees required to process paperwork? It doesn't make any sense at all. All in all and overall, I'm simply sad. I feel hurt and insulted by this council and your refusal to even acknowledge or respond to the numerous suggestions that have been offered to you in good faith. And thank you to Carmel Lockman. That's the end of my comments.
Next would be caller with the number starting 646701. It is your turn to comment. 646701. Please, for the record, state your name, mute your listening device, and keep your comments to 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Mary Packer, and I'm the Executive Director of the Montclair Public Library Foundation. On behalf of the Board of Directors of the Foundation, we wish to express our gratitude to the Council for its support of over $500,000 in ancillary funding for the library. Thank you to each and every Council member for doing the difficult work of balancing the many needs of the Montclair community. Earlier this month, during National Library Week, a Montclair resident sent me an article by Eric Kleinenberg. Mr. Kleinenberg describes a group of architects and engineers talking about the challenges facing their city in the wake of a catastrophic weather event and brainstorming long-term solutions to the city's challenges, including climate change. They came up with an idea for resilience centers, a reliable gathering place where neighbors could come together to support one another and solve problems. The centers would be staffed by professionals, open daily, and welcoming of all ages. They would include flexible space that could be adapted to suit local needs and be a refuge in case of emergencies. Such resilience centers already exist in communities small and large throughout the United States. We call them libraries. As the Council, community groups, and ordinary citizens contemplate the challenges we face and how we might address them, I hope we will all remember our resilience centers and how the work of the library is a critical resource for seeking creative solutions. Once again, thank you to the Council for your support.
Next would be caller with the number starting 650691. It is your turn to comment. 650691. Please state your name for the record, keep your comments to 3 minutes, and mute your listening device.
Hi, thank you. My name is Mike. I live on North Fullerton, and I'm calling in for the first time to express support for Ordinance O-22-08 for the right turn only at Watchung Plaza. It's kind of a simple one, but if you've ever taken a left turn out of that small loop, you know how scary it can be since you can't really see the cross traffic at all. And since it's one lane in that small plaza, you constantly end up waiting for others as they creep across the intersection in the middle of traffic since they can't see it very well. So I'm glad that this has been studied and proposed to make a right turn only there. I know there's a separate proposal for across the street at Park Street, and that one I do think that reasonable people can disagree and it may need more study. But for Watchung Plaza, the right turn only seems like a very reasonable step to make that intersection safer. Thank you.
Next would be caller with the number starting 917-720. It is your turn to comment. Please, for the record, state your name, keep your comments to 3 minutes, and mute your listening device.
Hello, my name is Lee Mars. I'm a homeowner on North Fullerton between Carolyn and Wildwood. I'm opposed to the Ordinance O-22-08. Simply, I ask the council to delay the vote or vote no. I recognize the need to have a safe Watchung Plaza, and I support the efforts to finally bring changes, but I'd like to voice my concern for implementing a traffic policy prior to a proper traffic pattern study to determine the effects to these surrounding streets. If there is an emergency ordinance passed, I strongly urge an expiration date so that we can move forward on any recommendations from the study and not lose incentive or momentum on getting an informed solution. Thank you.
Next would be caller with the number starting 917392. It is your turn to comment. 917392, please, for the record, state your name, mute your listening device, and keep your comments to 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Eileen Birmingham. I'm calling tonight about two issues. One is the proposed change at Watchung Plaza. As someone who lives in that area, I find it a little bit strange that it's an emergency all of a sudden for a plaza that's existed for 100 years. And adding a left turn onto, forcing people to make a left turn onto North Fullerton, where we know that there have been accidents and accidents that have resulted in bodily harm to people, I think needs to be considered. I understand that there have been sort of analyses of the plaza, but again, we need to see the impact on the entire area. When someone says, if the car had been going faster, I would have been hurt, that's the entire point, is that cars around Watchung Plaza drive very slowly. And we know that the number one risk for pedestrians when they're hit by cars is how fast the car is going. And so cars do not go fast through the plaza because it is ironically such a strange intersection that people drive slow. And so again, I would just caution changing a traffic pattern that has existed for 100 years in an emergency fashion without doing it correctly. My second point is about the budget. And I think, I don't know how many people are listening tonight because I think it's spring break in Montclair. And I think for a $96 million budget, hopefully a lot of people are aware of what's going on. I would again ask to take into consideration the public safety budget here. $36 million for personnel costs for police and fire is an outlier in New Jersey for a town of our size. I was really surprised to see that according to the user-friendly budget, the police personnel costs went from $19.9 million, already very high, to $22.6 million. So almost an increase of $3 million in 1 year. That's not sustainable. Period, full stop. It is not sustainable for a town of Montclair size, especially a town that is expected to and needs to fund its school district. So again, when I hear talk of training for police in to help people with mental health crises, I appreciate it, but it's no substitute for actual mental health care. And I think that's something in our society that we have forgotten, is that we don't need in Montclair a police force of 111 people. Compared to other towns in Montclair, we could do with 90 to 95 personnel. And we need a justification for why we need so many people on our police force.
Your 3 minutes have expired, so please conclude your comments.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Next would be caller with the number starting 201-400. It is your turn to comment. 201-400, please. For the record, state your name, keep your comments to 3 minutes, and mute your listening device.
Yes, hi, this is Zineb Benjeloun. I'm also a resident on North Fullerton Avenue, and I am calling to express my opposition to the ordinance number O-22-08. I'm actually very supportive of the study and all the effort and attention that Watchung Plaza is getting to be more safe for our children, for our families. But this step to outlaw the two left turns is just too quick, because first of all, it's spring break, and it was brought to our attention just a few days ago when most of the people are not here. And second of all, we cannot but see how this will be, this issue will be just diverted to the other streets around Watchung Plaza, namely North Fullerton and Gordonhurst and Wildwood and so on. I think we all want the same thing, but we would rather just wait for the full study to be done so that we have a proper action being taken here that will be safe, not just for that plaza, but for for the entire neighborhood. That's it for me.
Thank you. Next would be caller with the number starting 845304. It is your turn to comment. 845304. Please, for the record, state your name, mute your listening device, and keep your comments to 3 minutes.
I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. This is Samantha. I would like to thank Mayor Spiller and council people, especially Peter Jacobellis and Robin Schlager, for their continued work on ensuring Watchung Plaza becomes a safe place, especially for pedestrians to cross. I really completely understand the concern of all neighbors that traffic would be diverted onto other streets. That said, I really believe that diverting traffic a bit into a number of other two-way streets is a little bit safer than the current situation, which has multiple lanes converging in a chaotic intersection. So another thing that I believe is that this has been an ongoing request by the council people working with the town and Essex County for approval to put in safety measures in that spot, and that has been recommended by county engineers, and that there will be further study. So I just urge all of the community to consider the fact that the intersection is a place that we all share, and to listen and wait for the more rigorous study to take place, and to trust that everybody in the community will get a proper answer, but that this temporary measure will definitely ensure less accidents occur at that dangerous intersection, both vehicular and pedestrian. Thank you so much for listening, and I look forward to working together with the community on whatever the resolution may be.
Next would be caller with the number starting 908358. It is your turn to comment. 908358, please. State your name for the record, mute your listening device, and keep your comments to 3 minutes. Caller with the number starting.
Hi, thank you. Sorry, this is Liz McCarthy. I live on North Fullerton. I'm also calling in opposition to Ordinance O-22-08, which changes the flow of traffic in Watchung Plaza. While you've heard from others before as well, I'm in support of fixing this problematic intersection in the interest of safety, which was the goal of the recent petition. However, this measure will shift the traffic problem from the commercial area to nearby residential neighborhoods. It will also significantly increase the speed of drivers through Watchung Plaza. So while I understand the previous commenter's point about diverting traffic a little bit might actually help, it will help people driving through the plaza going at faster rates. And I am not in support of putting my young kids and the other kids and people in surrounding neighborhoods at risk from increased traffic. Let's do the study. Let's get the report from the township engineering firm that the township and all of us have already paid for, but the council does not yet have. Let's get those and give those a full read instead of just the 1 or 2 page summary, and give them a full read before voting on this measure. Please pause on this. The turn adjustments are just one part of those measures, and alone may exacerbate the problem instead of fixing it. So please protect the families of the surrounding neighborhoods instead of just the commercial traffic. Thank you.
Next would be caller with the number starting 917733. It is your turn to comment. 917733, please, for the record, state your name, mute your listening device, and keep your comments to 3 minutes.
Hey, my name is Samuel Kim. Hey, thank you all just for your time. Hey, I'm a veteran who's a landlord of a 3-family property in Montclair. I have served my nation through the Army and continue to serve the community. Please reconsider the passage of the rent control ordinance as written, or commit to an amendment excluding the 1,200 small property owners, especially 2 to 3 family property owners who had understood that the ordinance would not cover the small properties. For myself, I work with our tenants and keep rents below market, and even in the past have not raised, increased annual rent to help the tenants. Now, in terms of this variance, I think it just pits the landlord versus the tenants itself, because we're always trying to work with them, but now we have this rule that puts limits on the landlords and just creates additional burdens. In terms of just the couple of podcasts, like Freakonomics, it just discusses like why rent control does not work. And as you all know, Freakonomics is pretty progressive and states the following, that the unintended consequences include reducing housing supply in the short term to long term. It decreases affordability and creates negative externality, and even increased crime in the Boston area because landlord may not have enough budget to fix up their properties, and the surroundings may make it worse. And as you know, 6 out of our 7 neighboring towns exclude 2 to 3 family homes for rent control. So please reconsider passage of this ordinance as written or commit to an amendment in the ordinance. Thank you.
Next would be caller with the number starting 646-279. It is your turn to comment. 646-279. Please, for the record, state your name, mute your listening device, and keep your comments to 3 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello. Oh, hi. Okay. My name's Tim Bray. I am calling in to voice my disagreement with the rent control ordinance as written. It would be hard. I don't have any prepared comments, and it would be really hard, even if I had prepared them, to hit the nail more squarely on the head than one of the earlier callers, Charlie. I forget what his last name did, and also Carmel has done a great job of itemizing all the numerous ways how this is unfair to a small landlord such as myself. I own a 2-family house. I bought it with money that some other person might have spent on an IRA or on a child's college account. But I decided, I'm a handy guy. I like fixing things up. I love old homes. I live in this town. I thought I would buy this old 2-family house that was all run down and fix it up. I've spent a lot of money fixing it up, and I haven't had a chance to even begin raising rents. And then COVID came along, and now this comes along, and I borrowed additional money so I could afford fixing up parts of the house already. And it just seems unfair, like someone robbed me of my right to recover money that I invested to fix something up. And I feel violated by it. And to say that the small landlords were included in this discourse is absolutely fictitious. I'm fairly on top of things, and I've been following this as it was going through, and every time the readings excluded 2 and 3 family people. So I said, all right, that sounds great, but it doesn't affect me, so I'm not going to be trying to get involved in the crafting of an ordinance that doesn't affect me. I believe that, the multifamilies, take a ride down Claremont or any of the town streets that have these, converted single families that have been turned into multifamilies, and look at how over the years, as the market has allowed rents to rise to a market level, how landlords have taken the time, people have pride ownership in restoring some of these homes to their original grandeur. You think that's going to keep happening with this? It's going to throw that into absolute reverse. People aren't going to be stripping off the vinyl siding to reveal the original woodwork and restore it. They're going to keep the vinyl siding on. And they're, my property insurance went up 11%. I just got my renewal in the mail, but I can raise my rent only 4%. Inflation is currently 8%. It was above 4% from 1970 to late 1980s. Who's to say we're not entering that phase again? Every year I'll be further and further behind. I just feel like Robin Hood robbed from the rich and gave to the poor, and I'm not even rich. I'm low middle class, if at best. It's sorry to become emotional. I know you guys are trying to do the best for all parties involved, but to say that the small
Sir, your 3
landlord
minutes
in
have
Montclair,
expired, so please conclude your comments.
I'll conclude. But to say that you haven't heard us and that we've been treated fairly is absolutely untrue. But thank you for your time.
Next would be caller with the number starting 434-409. It is your turn to comment. 434-409. Please, for the record, state your name, mute your listening device, and keep your comments to 3 minutes.
Hi, this is Eric Brom, calling in to object once again to the rental ordinance that you guys are voting on tonight. Among the myriad of issues and problems I see with this ordinance, there are three in particular I want to hit on. First, to say that we had representation at the table, I think is very disingenuous. From what I understand, you had one person that owns two or three family buildings. It's my understanding there are over 1,400 two or three family buildings in Montclair. So to say to have two buildings out of 1,400 there is not representative of two or three family owners. Second, this ordinance places an undue burden on the mom and pop owners of the two and three family buildings. These people don't have the wherewithal or the staff to have to deal with the encumbrances of this bureaucracy. Now, the paperwork, the fees, understanding exactly what goes on with the ordinance. And ultimately, in order to challenge anything, they're going to have to hire an attorney, which is just even outside the additional fees that come along with this rental ordinance. And three, to say that this doesn't affect owner-occupied properties is untrue. It's extremely untrue, borderline. I don't want to say it's a lie, but it's untrue. This will absolutely affect values across the board in all two and three family properties, owner-occupied or not. So to say that they're unaffected by this ordinance is just not true at all. You guys should vote this thing down and send it back for another rewrite, or at least send it up for a vote. If this passes, I mean, I'd be embarrassed to be on this council to pass this and do what you're doing to small owners, mom and pop owners here in Montclair. That's all I have to say. Thanks.
Next would be caller with the number starting 714-884. It is your turn to comment. 714-884, please, for the record, state your name, mute your listening device, and keep your comments to 3 minutes.
My name is Steve Quattrochalki. I'm calling in opposition to Ordinance O-22-08. I'm asking the council to delay or vote no on this ordinance. I want to say that we all want a safer Watchung Plaza, but it's my understanding that the current action is based on a limited recommendation and not a thorough traffic study. We need to understand all of the traffic, accidents, and possible secondary effects of this action. Acting now, a knee-jerk response to a few unfortunate incidents, but without considering the effects of diverting traffic, can only result in unknown and unstudied consequences. Let's commission a full study of traffic incidents, accidents in the entire neighborhood. Let's not kick the can. Let's act in an informed and responsible fashion, considering all possible dangerous effects of this action. Again, I'm calling in opposition to Ordinance O-22-08. Thank you for your consideration.
Next would be caller with the number starting 973-746. It is your turn to comment. 973-746, please. For the record, state your name, mute your listening device, and keep your comments to 3 minutes.
My name is Bill Barron. I live on Gordonhurst Avenue. We've lived here since 1986, and I totally understand and appreciate the effort that the council members have put into the ordinance to try to resolve problems which have existed since I've moved here at Watchung Plaza. But I'm concerned that the solutions that are being proposed, they're confusing. Is the ordinance tonight only for the Watchung Avenue turn and not the Park Avenue turn? Wasn't clear. But the impact of how people are supposed to get to where they're going after they make their turns doesn't seem to have been taken into consideration. And I agree with a lot of the people that have asked for a delay in the implementation of these changes, and also ask that maybe you consider as an alternative temporarily placing police officers or traffic control people at the intersection so that they can manually control the traffic, and also maybe put a time restraint on when these rules would be in place so that they are only in effect during peak periods during the day and not, late at night or early in the morning when traffic is lower. So again, I appreciate the effort that you've done. It's a hard issue to address, and hopefully there's a solution that would work for everybody. Thank you.
Next would be caller with the number starting 727-744. It is your turn to comment. 727-744. Please, for the record, state your name, mute your listening device, and keep your comments to 3 minutes.
Hi, good evening. My name is Cynthia Beldner. I'm a resident here in Montclair, of course. I live around the corner from Watchung Plaza. I also wish to voice my opposition to Ordinance O-22-08, limiting all but right-hand turns from Watchung Plaza onto Watchung Avenue. Clearly, the community has asked loudly and repeatedly for a comprehensive traffic study to fix Watchung Plaza once and for all. It is my understanding that no one has asked for a temporary Band-Aid. It is also my understanding that the council members are basing this change on an engineering report and on an MPD traffic study, but it is the responsibility of this council to ensure that these recommendations are sufficiently comprehensive, to ask questions, to understand the unintended consequences. Have those questions been asked, let alone answered, from our frantic last-minute conversations with folks in the last few days, over a holiday weekend, over spring break? We are not confident that these questions have been asked nor answered. We are concerned about the impact to the adjacent residential side streets. We want Watchung Plaza to be safer, but any change to Watchung Plaza's traffic flow that fails to consider the impacts on residential side streets is unacceptable. I encourage members to vote no and move forward with a comprehensive traffic study. Thank you.
Next would be caller with the number starting 973-744. It is your turn to comment. 973-744. Please, for the record, state your name, mute your listening device, and keep your comments to 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Luella Dudley, and I was a past co-chairperson of the Senior Citizens Advisory Council. I am very disappointed by the actions of this present administration in planning to reduce the budget allocation for Health Department and Division of Senior Services by 18.6%. Where is the equity for our most vulnerable population? Although it was indicated that revenue can be generated through grants from COVID-19 and lead exposure, this still does not address the many needs for services to the older adult population in Montclair. Prior to this administration, there was a part-time social worker to address the needs of seniors. However, that service was cut. With the advent of COVID-19, there is an overwhelming need for social services to address the feelings of isolation, loss, and other psychological issues. If the budget has to be reduced, why wasn't it done more equitably? What alternatives are being considered to augment the budget, such as, is there a grant writer on board to apply for funding for various funding sources? For example, Congresswoman Mickey Sherrill has sent out a request for proposal. She will award at least 15 recipients. Has anyone responded to that request? All I am asking that you be more creative in your approach to solving economic problems before you are so quick to reduce the budget for seniors. As it stands, the allocation in budget for older adults in Montclair is much lower than a number of other neighboring towns. In conclusion, the senior population of Montclair is 55 years and older and constitutes approximately 33% of the population. We are voters and taxpayers, and we make a difference. Montclair is considered a diverse community, which includes all older adults as well. Please respect our requests and become more sensitive and aware of the needs for additional service for this growing population. Thank you for your time.
Mayor, Manager, may I?
Councilman Russo, please.
Say something? Miss Dudley is my neighbor, and we talked in the past about this. I received several messages. The budget that we have before us really doesn't cut the services for seniors. It's just not as high as I'd like it to be. And I'm sure the seniors feel the same way, but those who advocate increases in the budget are asking for something I think we should consider. Staffing increases and funding for programs, but we're not trying to cut the budget on the back of seniors. That's something I'd like to refute, only because I'm always advocating, my colleagues know that we do more for seniors. If we can find money that is used in other departments during the year, and this is to address Ms. Dudley's comment that we're not using, for example, in other departments where we may have a vacancy, we may have savings, $50,000, $100,000. That's the kind of thing we can do during the year, maybe shifting resources to hire more people to deal with senior issues and health department issues. So I'd like to make her aware that we're trying to do what we can with what we have, and that we have possible flexibility in the future to restore or to increase funding for programs and staffing as the year goes on. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. And just officially to note, we have brought in a grant writer who has brought in hundreds of thousands to date, and including grants and reached out for grants from both of our Congress people, just for that purpose. Thank you. Mr. Stafford?
Mayor, can I make a comment as well?
Councilman Yacovelis?
Thank you. And just a question, and Mr. Beneke, I don't want to put you on the spot, or Mr. Stafford. I'm reading the budget, and I just to address the last caller's questions, in the senior services category of the budget, the salary and wages increased from $187,000 to $198,000, and then the other expense budget stays flat at $153,000. So I want to just make sure that's clear. And then the health services budget does go down, but I believe that's related to either a grant or something specific to COVID. Is that correct?
Both of those things are correct. However, you must know, excuse me, that the amount spent last year on salaries and wages and seniors was approximately $144,000. We trued that up to the 2021 level of $187,000, and then we added back the $198,573 that you're referring to. So it's actually increasing by $11,000, about 6% this year on the salaries and wage line. In terms of the health and human services, we did have some interlocal services and some grants, and as the mayor noted, we're going to try to get those back. But that is still a rather, I don't want to say flush, but it's high budget, because if you combine the other expenses last year was $80,000 versus $132,000 this year, and $52,000 more. So we're cognizant of the fact that the governing body and obviously the administration wants to keep health services and senior programs fully funded. This budget does that. And if there's any specifics as we go through the summer, we'll be glad to work them out with anyone who's involved, including, of course, Mr. Russo.
And then, sorry, just one other question. There was a $50,000 grant that wasn't renewed, but we're still covering that work with from another bucket, essentially, of the budget, correct?
As far as I know, that's correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
And we're reapplying for that grant, as the mayor noted, as well.
Thank you.
Next would be caller with the number starting 917406. It is your turn to comment. 917406. Please, for the record, state your name, mute your listening device, and keep your comments to 3 minutes.
Sure. Good evening. My name is Robert Genovese. I'm calling with respect to Resolution R-22-087, which declares an emergency and directing that Ordinance O-22-08 takes effect immediately. One, I'd like to express gratitude to the council for the resolution, given the number of dangerous traffic entry points into Watchung Plaza. However, as a petition that we started just about a month ago and has surpassed 1,000 signatures states, we voiced, and others have voiced on this call, that we encourage the township and county to provide a start and end dates for a more comprehensive traffic study. Lastly, we ask again for our county and our township to partner together. I know there's certain challenges that arise when there's a street and an avenue that kind of cross county and township lines, but we're really pleading with you at this point to work together for some type of police presence in the plaza during busy commuting hours, where collectively all of our most vulnerable community members are present. And you know that as well as I do, it's our children and our older adults. Thank you for your time.
Next would be caller with the number starting 716510. It is your turn to comment. 716510, please, for the record, state your name, mute your listening device,
Hello,
and keep your comments to 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. This is Aaliyah Agostini Livingstone. I'm speaking as chair and a member of the Montclair Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee in support of the Native Vegetation Ordinance developed and proposed by Mr. Jose German. Jose's commitment to ensuring the prioritization of native plants into public space will not only help promote a stronger environmental ecosystem for our township, but also help Montclair continue to be recognized as one of New Jersey's leaders in environmental stewardship. We thank you, Jose, for your continued work in our community and as a member and friend of our committee. And thank you in advance to the council for seeing the importance of supporting our native species. And separately, I'm also calling in as a neighbor of the intersection of Union Street and Orange and Harrison Road. I've lived at this intersection for nearly 8 years, and over the past year alone, I have witnessed or seen the aftermath of at least 5 accidents, one of which occurred shortly after I cautioned my 7-year-old daughter to move out of our front yard because it is a dangerous intersection. During this occasion, by the time we entered our house, a 3-car pileup occurred. I've mentioned this intersection privately via email to our ward counselor and publicly on social media. However, there continues to be no remedy. Though we have a stoplight, the blind spot on Orange Road, and speeding by individuals trying to beat the light continue to make this intersection, which borders a park frequented by neighborhood families, a very, very, very dangerous one. While I commend the efforts to find a long overdue solution for Watchung Plaza, we badly need a traffic study and a thoughtful remedy for this very dangerous intersection. Thank you.
Excuse me, if I may, Mr. Mayor, a quick comment.
Price Abrams.
So thank you to Ms. Livingstone for her call, and I have not checked on that. I know there's sort of some lengthy amount of time from the time of requesting a traffic study to one being actually conducted, but I would ask the manager, the deputy manager, to please update us on that if you could, make investigation in the next couple of days, because that was brought to my attention and I did forward it some time ago. So I appreciate that follow up, and thank you for the call.
Certainly. Next would be caller with the number starting 973932. It is your turn to comment. 973932, please state your name for the record. Keep your comments to 3 minutes and mute your listening device.
Hello, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Good evening. This is Ahava, president of the Tenants Organization of Montclair. I'm happy to be able to be on the call tonight. So due to the pandemic, unfortunately, many of the owners spoken of by other callers, yes, have begun to sell their homes. But also, way before that, they were selling. These issues started before the pandemic and just got worse during the pandemic. These owners were not only aging out, they were making conscious decisions. They're not selling because of rent control, because we didn't have it when they were selling. And we are still here trying to get it implemented. The first ordinance, second reading, was April 7 of 2020. This was not and is not a small group. Facebook alone can prove that. TOOM started this particular journey 2 years ago. People can be petty, not an ordinance put together by professionals and caring citizens of Montclair, experienced seasoned, and expert legal counsel were involved in this process, and they are elders and seniors in this community who should be respected for that. Thousands upon thousands of tenants need this, have needed this, have supported this, continue to support this, and some are still struggling through the unconscionableness of owners who could care less, who just want to raise rents without making repairs and not providing any type of exceptional service. This is Montclair. We should and can do better. While I do feel for the owners who waited until now to say anything, this particular rent issue has been going on for over 2 years. None of them ever called me or the TOOM or any of our members or member leaders to my knowledge. They're calling in now. Tenants Organization of Montclair began April 11, 2019 when I stood up at the Rent Control Forum, officially April 13th of 2019, for rent control in public, not behind closed doors, not a whispering meeting, in public. Our number and email are public and easy to find. If you ask me if someone's reached out, I'll have an answer for you and a very clear one. Our work has been in addition to the 30 plus years that others could not bring this to fruition, stomped out and pushed down, hopes crushed. Montclair needs rent control, and rent control will work for Montclair. Big picture, long haul, legacy. Everyone have a good night, and God bless you.
Next would be caller with the number starting 617-899. It is your turn to comment. 617-899. Please, for the record, state your name, mute your listening device, and keep your comments to 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Kareem Benjaloun. I am a resident on North Fullerton Avenue. I'm calling to voice my opposition to Ordinance O-22-08. And I'm asking council members also to consider hitting pause and to heed the pleas of all our Montclair resident neighbors for a full and comprehensive traffic study before proceeding. Like many of my other callers, I'm deeply appreciative of any effort and all your efforts to actually make our streets safer. But North Fullerton is home to families with seniors, obviously pet walkers, and more importantly, children who walk and bike and play near and around our home. And North Fullerton and adjoining streets are also an active drop-off zone for school buses. 2 of my kids are dropped off and picked up in this area. And traffic today is already an issue as things stand. Cars speed by our homes even as we attempt to cross streets, holding our children. Visibly, nobody seems to want to slow down. Clearly, based on the comments from my other fellow neighbors, I believe we've identified a number of concerns. For instance, the accelerating traffic through Watchung, maybe an unintended consequence, but a very real one, creating confusion for drivers, and more importantly, rechanneling aggressive drivers through our streets. I think what this does is just demonstrate that there's a huge benefit to allowing our voices to be heard as these decisions are being made, and ideally before these decisions are being made. I do like the idea for police presence as an effective solution to keep drivers more cautious while and until we get a permanent, properly studied and collaborative decision in place. So to restate my position, any diversion of traffic from Watchung Plaza to North Fullerton and adjoining streets is an unacceptable compromise for our children and their safety. I ask you all again to pause an Ordinance O-22-08. Thank you for your time.
Next would be caller with the number starting 973-747. 973-747. It is your turn to comment. Please, for the record, state your name, mute your listening device, and keep your comments to 3 minutes.
Good evening. This is William Scott, a member of the Montclair Housing Commission, co-chair, also a member of the NAACP Housing Committee, and I'm also a newly member of the DARC negotiating group that just came together with the Property Owners Association of Montclair to provide a rent control ordinance that now covers 60% of the renters in Montclair. I've been a landlord for 40 years. I've lived in this township for 72 years. My property, my rental property, has been in my family for 75 years, providing reasonable rents throughout that multi-generational time. But I also want to thank the landlords who called in because in a lot of cases, most of them started out with saying their rents were reasonable. This ordinance does not prevent them from keeping their rents reasonable, whether they're 2-family, 3-family owner occupied. So they can continue that practice. But one thing I do want to point out, I have had conversations with Ms. Carmel Lockman over the years. And back in 2017, she asked me for some demographic information on the housing situation in the Township of Montclair, which I provided with her. One thing I think that we should all realize that over 2,100 residents in Montclair pay over 35 to 40% of their rent in Montclair. That's not just in 2-family houses, 3-family units, big units. They're all over the place, paying 35 to 40% of their income towards rent. Those numbers I provided Ms. Lockman back in 2017. Those numbers have increased over the years. I'm sure that it's over 2,100+ residents that are paying that increase towards their rent. So the purpose of this rent control ordinance is not to roll rents back. It's to stabilize the rents, give our seniors an opportunity to age in place, and our younger generation to age in Montclair as they return from college or wherever the case might be, to come back to their community where they went to school with and they still have family. So as a member of the dark negotiating group, I appreciate the title. I was at the table. I've been at the table fighting for affordable housing in this township for over 15+ years, and I will continue to do that. Thank you.
Next would be caller with the number starting 862-926. It is your turn to comment. 862-926. Please, for the record, state your name, mute your listening device, and keep your comments to 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Edward Robin. I'm with the Montclair Library Friends Steering Committee, and I am calling with respect to the addition of $515,000 in discretionary funds for the Montclair Public Library. I thank Mayor Spiller and all the members of the council for including this additional $515,000 in the proposed budget for 2022. These additional funds represent a major step forward in restoring library services to pre-pandemic levels. The additional funds will enable the library to substantially increase evening and weekend hours at the main library. This will greatly benefit working families who can't get to the library during regular weekday hours. The additional funds will enable the Bellevue Avenue Branch Library to open 6 days a week, including extended evening and weekend hours. When my wife Gloria and I and our 2 children moved to Montclair in 1978, one of the first things we did was to get a library card and brought our children to the children's library at the Bellevue Avenue Branch Library. That's an important memory in my life. The additional funds will significantly increase the library budget for books and other materials. Thank you for your support of this vital Montclair institution, the Montclair Public Library. Thank you.
Next would be caller with the number starting 201-906. It is your turn to comment. 201-906. Please, for the record, state your name, mute your listening device, and keep your comments to 3 minutes.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
This is Ilmar Vanderer on Edgemont Road. I'm speaking again tonight as a 50-year resident of Montclair and descendant of war refugees who were forced to flee their homeland in circumstances nearly identical to the situation in Ukraine. I also happen to be an active volunteer lobbyist for numerous global issues with thousands of domestic and international travel miles to my name in support of the causes I believe in. I've even been present at several White House ceremonies for the signing of major multinational agreements. However, diplomacy and statesmanship are not practiced exclusively in Washington, D.C. Montclair has always been a very cosmopolitan community, and sometimes world issues such as Russia's invasion of Ukraine can resonate in our local neighborhood. For the record, I want to express my sincerest thanks, deepest appreciation, and strongest support to Mayor Sean Spiller and Councilors Bob Russo, Robin Schlager, and Lori Price Abrams for their decisive leadership in voting to end Montclair's sister city relationship with Cherepovets, Russia, as a statement of condemnation against Russia's unprovoked and unjustified invasion of Ukraine. Sister city relationships are based on friendship, and friends should certainly not ignore or disregard unprecedented acts of violence and aggression, such as those being perpetrated by Putin's Russia, which by any standard and measure have crossed well beyond the line of acceptable actions and behaviors. It is only natural that Montclair should make every effort to distance and disassociate itself from any entity that chooses to follow such a reprehensible and incorrigible path. Cutting off business, social, and cultural ties with Russia, as so many other organizations have already done, can send a powerful and persuasive message, as Chicago Mayor Lori Lightfoot said recently. Until peace and sovereignty are restored in Ukraine, we must do all we can to denounce Putin's atrocities and crimes against humanity. To do otherwise would mean compromising our values and convictions. Thank you again for supporting freedom-loving people everywhere, and please know that in taking these actions, you have many supporters, both in our community and throughout the world. Thank you and good night.
Next would be caller with the number starting 973330. It is your turn to comment. 973330. Please mute your listening device, state your name for the record, and keep your comments to 3 minutes.
Good evening. This is Frank Rabacki, 398 Upper Mountain Avenue. I'll speak to the Watchung and the budget, things like that during the hearings later on tonight. I just wanted to bring up 3 issues. One, it is related to financing the police department. And yes, Eileen Birmingham makes a good point about the salaries being unsustainable without some kind of explanation. But towards the question of an explanation, one of the things that the police department has stopped doing, and which I think is a miss for the community, they were reporting on their activities, criminal activities, basically a state of the police department and the township and how it was working. And they've stopped doing that, and I think that's a big opportunity that we need to revisit. The second thing is I saw on the bill list that we're paying for sponsorship signs, I assume for Walnut Street playing field, and which, while I don't support that, it's something that the town's committed to doing and people support, so I understand that. But I would like to see then why we couldn't follow this model for the skate park and for lessons for skateboarders. Let them post signs on the fencing around the skateboard. It's now entirely a skate park. There's no more tennis. It's really the only activity there. And we could pay for the cost of the training and the lessons with that signage. The last thing is the library. And, you know, I can't say I'm very disappointed with the library folks. You know, they have their focus and they have their things they want to do, and you know, they do that, and I don't think ethically, but fine. But if you're not going to, you're going to expand the hours of Bellevue, and you're not going to expand, you know, give handicap access, ADA access to the building. Maybe you guys could sit down and work out something about making handicap parking in front of the main branch. Right now, you have one spot for that entire branch. So it might be a respite center. It might be a lot of things in the community. But you guys could do a little better with the people with disabilities, unless they're not on your radar screen. Thank you very much.
Next will be caller with the number starting 973-919. It is your turn to comment. 973-919. Please, for the record, state your name, mute your listening device, and keep your comments to 3 minutes.
Sure. My name is Brian McCarthy. I live at 349 North Fullerton in Montclair. Calling on the committee to express opposition to Ordinance O-22-08, asking the council to ultimately postpone or vote no on this ordinance until a full traffic study has been completed. Myself and other residents do not support interim measures that will ultimately impact North Fullerton and the surrounding streets. In addition, the proposed changes prioritize traffic flow over pedestrian safety, which I find is unacceptable. Ultimately encourage the council to consider a pedestrian-first solution and delay any action on this ordinance until a full traffic study is complete. Thank you very much, and I appreciate your time.
Next would be caller with the number starting 973-322. It is your turn to comment. 973-322. Please, for the record, state your name, mute your listening device, and keep your comments to 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is John Minus. I'm a resident of Ward 4 in Montclair. I'm calling to, well, first of all, my question hopefully is that Ordinance 022-05 will be voted on positively, because I am a renter in Montclair, and it's somewhat humorous to hear landlords complain about rent when in my office, my new lease included a $200 rental increase. I've heard in other cities, people have been given $400 rental increases. And for a landlord to say, oh, well, you know, costs have increased, but then to pass many, many times that cost of increase onto the renter with no consideration of the renter's needs is somewhat laughable. I really hope this is voted into place, because I want to stay in Montclair. I like Montclair. I'm not from here, but I love it here, and I'd love to stay here. But with rent increases going from, like I said, $200, $250 with only 2 months' notice, I don't know how they expect the average person to be able to pay that just with only 2 months' notice. Also, my landlord, and I'm assuming others, waited until the rental freeze was over in order to try and enact this. So there's a good deal of manipulation and deception involved. And to say that, you know, oh, the small, I guess, mom and pop landlord doesn't have the resources, yeah, what renter has the resources or even knows? I had to do a lot of research just to know that, you know, there was a chance that this would be an illegal increase in rent. And the word unconscionable doesn't even begin to describe it. Like I said, I read the ordinance, and I think I am covered by it, but I'm just still not sure that is it officially in place now? Because if it is, then I have to go to my landlord and discuss this. And I hope that many tenants will go to their landlords and make sure that, you know, they're not being, that everything's above board. I want to thank the City Council and hope that you vote this into, you know, that make this effective immediately. I assume it's effective today, but I just want to be sure that it's made effective as soon as possible, to protect the existing members of the Montclair community. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Berman, you can just quickly comment on the intersection of the rent freeze, which is in effect, and then, of course, this ordinance and its timing.
Yes, Mayor. When the rent control ordinance goes into effect, the rent increase moratorium will cease to exist, and rents will be under the control of the rent control ordinance at that time.
So to the caller, you're covered by the rent freeze, and then obviously the terms as described in the rent ordinance would apply once that's in effect.
Yes, that's correct, Mayor.
Thank you.
Next would be caller with the number starting 917733. It is your turn to comment. 917733. Please, for the record, state your name, mute your listening device, and keep your comments to 3 minutes. 917733. Next would be caller with the number starting 862220. It is your turn to comment. 862220. Please, for the record, state your name, mute your listening device, and keep your comments to 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Joanne Cornelia, and I have a very short comment this evening, which is basically to thank you all for pulling together and finding a way to add that extra money above and beyond the required amount to the library's budget. It can certainly be put to good use, and I'm looking forward to seeing you all there at the library. Thank you very much.
Next would be the caller with the number starting 973280. It is your turn to comment. 973280. Please, for the record, state your name, mute your listening device, and keep your comments to 3 minutes. 973280.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Judith Mill, and I'm calling in support of rent control and affordable housing. I fell in love with Montclair as a student at Montclair State University. In 2019, I moved to this town, and Montclair is known for its diversity. And without rent control, there will be no diversity. And when you look at the meaning of diversity, is the practice of quality or involving people from a range of different social, ethnic backgrounds and different genders, sexual orientations, etc. Rent control affects aging in place, the disabled with fixed income, people just that don't make enough. So there's no diversity if we can't include low, moderate income people in Montclair. Thank you very much.
Next would be caller with the number starting 973424. It is your turn to comment. 973424, please, for the record, state your name, mute your listening device, and keep your comments to 3 minutes.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Deirdre Malloy, and I am the current chairperson of the Landlord Tenant Advisory Committee. Excuse me. As always, I want to thank everyone for their opinions. However, I want everyone to realize that there are several landlords still imposing unconscionable rents. I've got several emails and a few new complaint forms. An example is current rent $1,400. Rent increase to $650 a month plus $150 for garage plus another $374 for something that makes no sense to me. Then there's another complaint. Current rent $1,350. Requested increase to $1,750 plus an additional $150 for parking. Another complaint. there is a rent increase of $511 on top of the $1,300 plus the person is already paying. So while there may be some landlords out there that do not abuse the opportunity and privilege to be homeowners, there are many who do. And, you know, regardless of, excuse me, the rent freeze moratorium, et cetera, you know, unconscionable rents of hundreds of dollars a month is just unreasonable for any person to realize. Any employed person who's been paying your rent on time can just come up with an extra $500 to $600 a month or whatever the case may be above 4%. So I think that, you know, these are just a few of the complaints that have come in over the period of 2.5 years. It's time for a change. And I thank you all for the work that you're doing and for all the advocates and for the landlords who are doing the right thing. Thank you and good night.
Mayor, there are no other callers in the queue.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Stafford. Appreciate that. Thank you to all the callers, and certainly we appreciate the comments that were made first. And I know some of the other pieces have open hearings, so we'll talk about some of the things there too. But moving forward to the next agenda item, it is the public hearing on the municipal budget. First, we have Resolution R-22-072, which is a resolution to read the municipal budget by title and then to open the hearing. This is the municipal budget of the Township of Montclair, County of Essex for the fiscal year 2022. I do have that resolution regarding reading of the budget by title only, and the clerk will read that resolution. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. Whereas NJSA 40A:4-8 as amended provides that the budget shall be read in full at the public hearing, or that it may be read by title only if, at least 1 week prior to the date of hearing and at the hearing, a complete copy of the approved budget shall be made available for public inspection and is made available to each person requesting same during said week and during the public hearing. Now therefore be it resolved by the Council of the Township of Montclair that it is hereby declared that the conditions of NJSA 40A:4-8 as amended set forth in subsection 1A and 1B have been met, and therefore the budget for 2022 shall be read by title only. I certify that those requirements have been met.
I offer the foregoing resolution and move its adoption.
I second the motion, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, gentlemen. I call for the vote on this resolution. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams? Yes. Counselor Russo?
Yes.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yacobelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. The resolution to read the budget by title is adopted. I will entertain a motion to open the hearing on the budget.
I move that the budget hearing be opened.
I second the motion.
All right, this may be done by voice vote. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Thank you. Madam
Mayor,
Clerk.
this is the time fixed for the public hearing on the municipal budget and tax resolution for 2022. The budget was introduced by the governing body on March 15, 2022, was advertised as required by law on April 7, 2022, together with notice of hearing for this time. A copy of the budget has been made available to the public on the financial information page of the township website during the past week, and a copy is available online for anyone desiring a copy right now.
All right. Thank you. For anyone who has not seen a copy of the budget, you may review it now on the financial information page on the township website for sure. Please encourage you to do that as well. And certainly, as we move into this, I do want to just say a few things about the budget specifically. I want to thank everybody for their participation in the process. Thank you to all the comments we've heard from the public. Thank you to all the correspondence we received, and certainly all the work that all my colleagues have engaged in for sure. This is that process of coming up with a budget, and certainly still in and working through a pandemic lasting multiple years, and of course straining our finances at the very moment when we need to provide services has presented its challenges. And thankfully, with our financial situation and the work that has been over years, and certainly the work that we continue to do, we've been able to balance that in a way that addresses the needs of our residents and our community, also being mindful of the implications in terms of costs and what we're able to expend. So, I certainly will note that we have always and certainly continue to make great strides towards making Montclair financially sustainable. That's huge. You heard a lot of the debate and discussion tonight. We'll discuss some pieces later when we talk about diversity, sustainability, affordability. All these things do go together. Certainly, I just noted when I was first elected to the council, we were saddled with nearly $250 million of municipal debt. That is significant dollars. People often talk about the legacy we leave our kids and grandkids when we talk about debt and who pays for that. But we have done a significant job in terms of reducing that debt, and certainly in contrast with municipalities that we see throughout the state and certainly throughout the country who continue to just increase their debt year after year after year with no end in sight and no path to really get through that. During my administration, certainly before that even, we have reduced Montclair's debt by nearly $70 million. And I just want to say that again, we reduced our debt by nearly $70 million. That's huge. That's a huge savings for taxpayers every year when we talk about the millions that we're saving in terms of our interest payments, et cetera, because of our AAA bond rating. Those are dollars we can reinvest in our community. Those are dollars that our children and grandchildren are not on the hook for. These are dollars and program that moves to programs that can help support our needs in town. It has a real impact, and it takes a long-term commitment and a vision, and certainly that fortitude to make sure we navigate that, even when it is often easy, as is what gets people in trouble in every town, and including ours previously, that say, well, if we just do blank this time, and we add more on. I think that's part of the challenge, and we've been committed to making sure we take the steps needed to reducing our debt by tens of millions of dollars, achieving that bond rating that makes it so important, and allows us then to make investments in infrastructure and put us on sound financial footing. When you look at certainly where we were a number of years ago, and you look now at the streets being paved, what probably many people don't see is all the work going on beneath the streets, whether that be water lines, sewer lines, refitting those and relining those and doing all that work that costs significant dollars and just traditionally wasn't done for decades and decades and decades. But we're really in a strong position to see a lot of that work being done and continuing to be done, and that's because of the work that has gone in. Certainly, I think our financial position right now is a strong one. We're not immune to the challenges caused by the pandemic, for sure. We have received some assistance, we know, in the form of the CARES Act, and that has helped somewhat, but it's certainly not nearly enough. I always talk about the dollars that we've lost in terms of being one of the communities, the community with most train stations in the state, and certainly the revenues that we see from that, and all the other pieces and the shortfalls that we're experiencing, coupled with those expenses I talked about, and the other challenges which are coming more frequently, whether that be flooding, from Hurricane Ida or other challenges we see with climate change. There's serious investments that we continue to have to make. CARES dollars appreciate it, but we're going to need a lot more assistance there as well to really boost those investments. Not just the maintenance and the other pieces we've been able to really catch up with our financial planning, but also the broad aspirational goals we're going to have to do to meet those challenges of the future, for sure. And that is the role of the federal government as well, and we look forward to working in partnership with them to make sure that we're focusing on what our values are. We always talk about budgets are ultimately a reflection of values, and certainly when you talk about elected officials, and we're putting that forward in terms of making sure that we're putting dollars that support the values that I think all of us feel represents Montclair and what we hold dear. It's certainly not ever as much as we'd love to put into any one category, because we'd love to just put endless dollars into supporting the things that we think are important. But we know we've got to balance that, and we always do. And it is always, I think, even one of the callers noted, that challenge of just very worthy investments needed across the board. And we're making sure we're doing that in a responsible way, in a planned out way, in a way that sometimes isn't as much as any of us would like to see in any one piece, but does look at the total package and make sure we're providing key funding, certainly right now, for public health, safety, as we talk about, and certainly whether that be library, a number of other callers have noted, making sure the funding is there to support the things that we all know are so important. That financial sustainability, and certainly as we talk about oftentimes, I think a lot of the progressive things that we've been able to move forward are a good example that these things are not at odds with one another. We can have that financial stability, that financial security, achieving that excellent bond rating, reduce that debt significantly, as I noted, and also put forward progressive agendas that help people and get support where it's needed. I think that's a testament, really, that separates Montclair from so many other towns in the state and throughout the nation. I just with that want to really thank everybody involved. As I noted, my council colleagues who put countless hours in. I know doing this and a million other things in terms of what comes across our desks for sure. That's an important piece. Big thank you to the township staff as well. We know how many hours you put in. Mr. Stafford, I certainly say to you, given your voice tonight, know you're feeling under the weather. So you don't sound so great, but you do a heck of a job and appreciate your work on the budget as well. So thank you for that. And certainly, Mr. Beneke, I know you're on here tonight and just the work that you've done helping to guide us over the years, countless years now. You've really been on this journey with us at every step of the way and are a big piece of what has gotten us to this point as well. And I want to say a big thank you to you as well. Certainly, sir, you've done a wonderful job and it's been wonderful to partner with you and get us to this point. So it's really just a lot there, I think, but a lot there to get us to where we can kind of withstand a pandemic and do so in a way that can reinvest in our community and certainly also plan for as we exit and move forward. That's taken a lot, but I'm really pleased that we're able to get to this point. So I want to thank everybody again. I want to say how much I appreciate the efforts of all and want to thank everybody for their input and comments. And with that, I do want to outline the procedure for those wishing to participate during the public comment for the budget. You can dial into 408-418-9388. When asked to enter an access code, please enter 23460595572 and press pound. When asked to enter an attendee number, please simply press pound. When asked to state your name, do so and press pound. The administrator will say when it's the caller's turn to speak, and the caller will then hear two beeps. At that time, the caller will have an opportunity to make his or her comments. Mr. Stafford, Mr. Fan, I turn it back to you, gentlemen, to manage the queue.
Thank you, sir. First would be caller with the number starting 917392. It is your turn to comment. 917392, please, for the record, state your name, keep your comments to 3 minutes, and mute your listening device.
Hi, my name is Eileen Birmingham. I'm calling again about the budget. I hope I'm not the only one. I know this is not great timing because a lot of us are on spring break, but I just want to call because as I heard the discussion earlier about senior services and $11,000, and I understand that can be significant, but in the grand scheme, Montclair is spending over $36 million on public safety personnel. And I just need my fellow residents to know this is not what other towns do. It is so much higher for a town of 41,000 people than most other towns, particularly towns that have to provide funds for a large school district as we do. And a lot of the decisions I understand predate a lot of the people on the council. So when, for example, in 2000, when the decision was made to consolidate from 4 to 3 firehouses, but keep the staffing levels still at 90, I understand that decision was made, but we need to revisit it because honestly, we cannot sustain it. The police budget going from 19.9 to 22.6, almost $3 million in 1 year, it's not sustainable. And as I said earlier, no other towns do not, 27 police officers per 10,000 residents is an outlier in New Jersey for a town with Montclair's profile. I just really feel like Montclair needs to reckon with the public safety spending, because over the past several years, we've been able to sort of increase spending on public safety because we cut spending elsewhere and we have not fixed our schools. But the day has come when we can no longer afford to do this. And so I appreciate all your work. I really do. But we need to reckon with the spending on public safety. And this is no offense to police officers or firefighters, but most other towns in New Jersey have already had this conversation, either by cutting their costs, reducing salaries. And I'm not saying I want to reduce salaries, but I do think we want to look at the absolute number of public safety professionals we need in our town, because, as I said, it is an outlier compared to other towns of either our size or where we are in New Jersey. We are funding more than other towns, and we really cannot continue to do that. It's not sustainable. Again, thank you for your work. Obviously, you have lots of issues, but I really hope we can address this issue, because over the long term for Montclair, this is a really important thing to do. Thank you very much.
Next would be caller with the number starting 973-820. It is your turn to comment. 973-820. Please, for the record, state your name, mute your listening device, and keep your comments to 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is Tony Martin, a 26-year resident of Montclair. I simply want to congratulate you for making history with this budget tonight, because it includes funding for the town's first rent control officer ever. Your budget plan is an extraordinarily historic thing. And also seeing a reasonable rent control ordinance on your agenda is history making. None of you are old enough, except of course the venerable and distinguished Councilman Russo, to have lived the full history of the fight to bring forth a rent control office in Montclair. Not even that most devoted rent control warrior, William Scott, is old enough, although as he just testified, he's a pretty old guy. Actually, Mr. Scott is about my age. Okay, moving on. You are making history tonight. You are protecting Montclair's historic diversity. The expenditure is worth it. All of those who fought for this over the years, tenants, supportive homeowners, community leaders, and even some enlightened and informed landlords are grateful. Thank you. Good night.
Next will be caller with the number starting 973-330. It is your turn to comment. 973-330. Please mute your listening device. State your name for the record and keep your comments to 3 minutes.
Good evening. It's Frank Wabacki, 398 Upper Mountain Avenue. I just really wanted to make a couple of comments on rent control. I think everybody knows the process, and they have their particular take on whether it was fair process, a transparent process or not. But I do have some concerns. But before I get to my recommendation, Montclair had rent control before. The Scott family would know this. And we had it, and we decided not to continue with it. We only had it for a short period of time, about 11 years, mid-century. And the overwhelming response was, when put to a referendum, was no, we didn't want to do this. Different times, different places. I understand that. But what I would like to see in this ordinance tonight, if you do go ahead, is a change. I don't know if it's material, but a change that simply would put a sunset provision in. At the very least, it would be a goodwill gesture to the people who believe they weren't fairly represented in the process. And I think it's an opportunity, it's a tool to hold us accountable for how well we maintain and execute this ordinance. So that would be my recommendation on rent control. Thank you very much.
Mayor, I'm sorry. There is one other person in the queue. Caller with the number starting 201-575. It is your turn to comment. 201-575. Please state your name, Keep your
Yes,
comments
this
to
is
3 minutes and mute your listening.
yes, this is Mitch Kahn, New Jersey Tenants Organization, and I was part of the negotiating team that negotiated the rent ordinance. And as I testified before, this ordinance was not conceived overnight. It was months and months of careful negotiation. The needs of small landlords were taken into account. All of the concerns that the landlords raised tonight, the small landlords, have been taken into account in the ordinance, and I really wish they had read them. This ordinance is not confiscatorial. It only requires, in terms of a registration fee, $10 per unit. So if you have a 2 or 3 unit building, that's going to cost you $20 or $30 a year. Compare that to the fine that landlords who do not currently comply with the rent registration requirement might face. They might be subject to a $2,000 fine for not registering under the current law that exists in Montclair. If they think a $10 registration fee is confiscatory, that they really are misguided. In terms of any cost that they have, the one gentleman that called said he bought a 2-family house and he wanted to make repairs and so forth and so on, and he won't be able to recoup them. Well, this ordinance allows a hardship provision. That is, any expense that exceeds 65% of his rental income, he can get a dollar for dollar increase over and above the regular rent increase that he gets. I think it's really behooves the small landlords to read the ordinance to see what they get out of this. And in terms of Ms. Laughlin's response that there's unintended consequences, that landlords are not are now going to be compelled to raise rents higher than they normally would, is not true. There's nothing in this ordinance that says a landlord has to raise the rent 6% the first year or 4% the second year. They can if they really need that money. They're permitted to do that, but there's nothing in this ordinance that says they can't keep the rents at 3 or 4% if that's what they've been giving the tenants and they're satisfied with it. So, some of these objections that are being raised are sort of absurd. So I really would urge the small landlords to back off their opposition to this, to live with the ordinance for a while and see that it works. In terms of setting time limits for the ordinance, the council can always amend an ordinance at any time. There's no reason to create a time limit on this ordinance.
Sir, your 3 minutes have expired, so please
okay. Well,
comments.
thank you. Well, thank you very much for your consideration and the hard work that you've done on this. Good night.
Mayor, there is no one else in the queue.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Stafford. Observing no further callers, I'll entertain a motion to close the hearing.
Mayor, I move that the hearing be closed.
I second the motion.
All right, Madam Clerk, please call the roll on the motion to close the hearing.
Counselor Cummings,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Herlock,
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams,
Yes.
Counselor Russo,
Yes.
Counselor Schlager,
Yes.
Counselor Yacobelis,
Yes.
Mayor Spiller.
Yes.
Mayor, I request that the township clerk be instructed to read section 2 of the adopting resolution for the budget.
Thank you, sir. The township clerk will read the resolution. Madam Clerk.
Be it resolved by the governing body of the Township of Montclair, County of Essex, that the budget hereinbefore set forth is hereby adopted and shall constitute an appropriation for the purposes stated in the sum therein set forth as appropriations, and authorization of the amount of $58,014,756.06 for municipal purposes, $2,867,267 for library purposes, $8,192,000 for school purposes, debt service.
I offer the foregoing resolution and move its adoption.
I second the motion.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Counselor Cummings,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock,
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams,
Yes.
Counselor Russo,
Yes.
Counselor Schlager,
Yes.
Counselor Yacobelis,
Yes.
Mayor Spiller.
Yes, the resolution is adopted. And as I began this, I want to say a big thank you to all involved, including those who commented tonight, but of course, certainly the ones who've commented over the last number of months and have consistently reached out to us, and certainly all the work that has been put in. And I'll just going to conclude with the work of all my council colleagues. I know how many hours each of you and we all have put in on this, and staff. Mr. Stafford, please thank your whole team. I know it's not just you, it's everybody, every single person involved in the township level who helps to work on getting this together. And Mr. Beneke, of course, your work as well. So thank you to all involved. Really a tremendous accomplishment given the pandemic and where we are and certainly where we continue to move. So a big thank you to all of you. Much appreciated.
Yeah.
Excellent. All right, thank you. Moving forward, we have pending ordinances for second reading. We have Ordinance O-22-05, which is an ordinance to repeal and replace the Ordinance O-20-05 Establishing Rent Control Ordinance in the Township of Montclair. Open the public hearing without objection. Is there objection? Seeing and hearing no objection, I'm going to open the hearing. Mr. Stafford, Mr. Pham.
The meeting is open, Mayor, and there is no one in the queue.
Okay. Without objection, I'll close the hearing. Is there objection? Okay. Hearing no objection, and I close the hearing. Thank you very much. Certainly I will just note, I know some of my colleagues have some comments on this as well. With this ordinance, this is years in the making, as Mr. Scott said in calling in earlier. This is something that we all strive for, right? We want to have the diversity we have here in town. That's a huge draw for our community. We want affordability. We know that a huge piece of that, is housing stability. A place to live, place to be able to be with your family and to be able to afford. And also then, of course, comes food security and everything else that you layer on top of that. This is a big piece in terms of making sure we did find something that's balanced. Heard a lot of the callers and even some of the callers in the budget hearing side of things. I appreciate kind of, noting for the record that this ordinance, first and foremost, does allow people who, including the small landlords, who are charging reasonable rents, great, because that's the whole point. If you're charging reasonable rents, this does not affect you. If you are looking to increase because you've got a tenant that you've had for years and you've kept it below market value, great. You have vacancy decontrol every 5 years, meaning you can raise that amount to whatever you think the market rate is at that time. So certainly that is a space that you find yourselves in. But if there's capital improvements to a property or anything else, you can certainly retrieve those costs, and certainly there are provisions for that as well. All of this is always finding that balance, but I think we all note that enjoying the benefits of one of the most diverse communities in the state and being very proud, and I think all of us wearing that as a badge of honor, doesn't come without the work side of that, making sure we continue to strive towards making sure we can keep that. And certainly that means sometimes taking actions like this, and certainly want to applaud everyone's efforts. This is, something that doesn't happen easily. There's a lot of push and pulls, and I think that's healthy as part of the process. And it gets us to a place where we are tonight, where we have our implementation, should this pass, and I think it will, of a rent control ordinance that does find that balance, that does maintain that commitment to affordability, that does cover a lot of the pieces that I know we all strive for. We always work to be inclusive in these conversations, and this has been, as I said, years and years, even at our level, at the council level, in conversation. But here we are tonight, and I think we're pretty excited overall about being able to show our commitment to what we talk about all the time through enactment of this ordinance. So for this one as well, I want to thank all my colleagues for the length of time, including a big shout out to my previous council colleagues for really, starting this process and getting us to this point. And then certainly my current council colleagues for working through this and figuring this out together. We've gotten to a place here where I think we can find a nice balance and move our community forward on solid footing. So big thank you to all of you, and certainly all involved. With that, any other questions, concerns, comments?
Mayor, I do have one quick question. So we vote on this, we vote yes, and this is automatically in effect beginning tomorrow.
I believe all ordinances, unless there's an emergency, are 20 days, Councilman Cummings. So
Okay.
we have 20 days. Just a note, remember, just for, you didn't ask this question, but the rent freeze is in effect until the end of March, just as a note. And, but this would be 20 days after adoption tonight, it would be in effect. Mr. Burr, if I'm incorrect in anything, you can correct me.
Well, yes, you said till the end of March.
I'm sorry, end of May. I'm sorry. Thank you. Thanks. End of May. Apologies. Thank you. Councilwoman Price Abrams.
Thanks, Mayor. You know, I would echo much of what you just said and a lot of what the callers who, I guess they called in at the budget portion, but it's on the rent control piece. And I do appreciate just addressing some of the considerations that have been raised both during the meeting earlier on this call and in previous. I do think, again, this has a lot for a robust community to serve itself well. And again, making affordable housing available, allowing landlords, you know, various kinds of ways to be able to afford their investment if that's what it is. It was noted that there's a hardship exemption and the capital improvement opportunities. So if a smaller landlord or any landlord, you know, there's an opportunity to sort of go for additional funding, and we will have a professional retained by the town who is going to be able to navigate, and that gives both landlords and tenants a place to go with grievances that they may find themselves dealing with, and a place to navigate those things. So I think in some ways we've really just provided a very core essential service to the community and to the renting and the rental community on both sides through this effort. I do commend the council prior that really got it rolling through the quirks and machinations that we all know. It finds itself with us, and I'm proud that I can participate in supporting this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Yacobelis.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll echo everything already said, and I just, you know, to some of the callers' comments too. I think, you know, there's a lot of hypotheses about what might happen and what the impacts may be over time, and I think it's just, you know, it's incumbent on us, and we will pay attention to it. This is a new function of this local government, and we will need time to build this out and to build out the procedures and processes. To Councilor Price Abrams' point, in terms of grievances and everything else that's in the law that has to be resolved. But also want to just highlight that the two people who have been in court suing each other and fighting for 2 decades across the state and municipalities agreed on this ordinance. To me, and that's what I've said to several people, to me, this is the best, it's probably the best in the state by virtue of that, right? You've got Mitch Kahn, you've got Ron Simoncini, who have been debating and fighting and suing each other in court all over the state over different versions of rent control in municipalities across the state. And they agree on this. So that is in and of itself a huge deal, and to me creates, I think, the start of what could be a model policy for the state. So it's obviously incumbent on us to implement this well. I know we all care a lot about that and how that works. And to that end, you know, we are going to have obviously a rent control board and 7 seats on that rent control board. So interested parties in the town should step forward and apply. And I think we have a volunteer interest form on our township website, and we'll need to add a new box for the rent control board on that volunteer interest form. And then people should step forward and apply and be a part of it. So kudos again all around. Everything that's should be said has been said, I think, at this point. And thank you.
Any other questions, concerns, comments? All right.
Mayor.
Mayor. Councilman Russo.
I guess Tony Martin called it and said that I was old on this or had been involved in it the longest. I don't know. When I was mayor 20 years ago, we had attempts to do this and we couldn't get it really going. And there's 3 referenda that were defeated over the years. You know, people had voted no, not to do it. I think I commented recently that if we didn't get it settled this way through discussion and negotiation, we might never have gotten any rent control, because going to a referendum was going to be a very divisive, difficult conflict, which, a lot of untruths come out in campaigns. We know that, political campaigns and people wanting to defeat something or to pass something. There's not so much information as there is persuasive marketing. So I'm glad that we got it settled in terms of the legal issues and in terms of the referenda. What I'm concerned about is the input of all the people who say that they didn't have input. And I'm very sympathetic to them, and I'm very concerned that not everybody had their voice heard, that things were done, to help settle. Sometimes you do them at the end. And I know that this is the kind of thing that we can revisit, we can amend, we can change if we want to as the years go on. And that's why I want to tell people that we have the opportunity to look at this and see how it works and see if it's working well, if we need to change or adjust or, adapt it. It's not something that's written in stone in such a way that you can't improve it. So improving what we've done is what I would hope we can still aspire to. But what we've done is the best we can do. And right now, and it's something that we've worked on for many, many years. I go back to 1992 when this started to be discussed. So that's 30 years. But it's a fight that I was willing to take on because I had been a tenant in Bloomfield. We organized when I lived there 40 years ago. The Bloomfield Tenant Organization was successful in getting an ordinance there that seems to work pretty well. The mayor of Bloomfield said to me a couple of years ago, and I passed it on to Mayor Spiller, that once they had their ordinance, and not every ordinance is the same, and as other people have pointed out, some of surrounding towns are different. They may not have some of our provisions. They may have better provisions. They may have weaker provisions. But once the mayor told me in Bloomfield that they ended all the conflicts in town and all the calls to the council meetings every week, every 2 weeks, by having an ordinance, having a rent control board, having a staff person, having people that would address problems, everybody would get an answer and get problems answered by the staff or by the rent control committee, the board, whatever. As I always point out, in Neptune, they have a great rent control. They call it a rent leveling board. This is the flyer I have that they give out in Neptune at the Monmouth County town where I'm often involved. And they have a wonderful rent leveling board with good people who resolve problems. All we're trying to do is resolve problems and conflicts, be fair to landlords and be fair to tenants, but particularly to help senior citizens and families with middle income resources and working families that cannot afford 20% rent increases, or $400. They can't afford that. 4% is a reasonable amount. And then there's the provisions that protect landlords with the hardship. We even put in there, the provision I don't really like, but to allow for an increase when there's a vacancy only every 5 years, but still that means a landlord can raise the rent substantially after 5 years. And there's ways of getting increases if the board approves it, if you can prove that you have needs or you're making improvements. It's all sorts of things that Mitch Kahn mentioned that are in there that are good for landlords. And of course, tenants are very happy to see something that will protect them and a recourse they can go to, a place they can go to, instead of coming to the council, which we've experienced. My colleagues who've been on for several years with me, Deputy Mayor Herlock, Councilor Schlager, Mayor Spiller now, we served for many years together hearing people come every meeting begging us to do something about rent and rent conflicts and rent increases. So this was the way to solve that problem that's been longstanding. So I want to thank everybody for working together. We can always do improvements and changes in the future, but let's get this done tonight. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Seeing no other comments on this, I so move Ordinance 022-05.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Counselor Cummings,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock,
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams,
Yes.
Counselor Russo,
Yes.
Counselor Schlager,
Yes.
Counselor Yacovelis,
Yes.
Mayor Spiller.
Yes. Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate all the work. Next is Ordinance 0-22-08, which is an ordinance to amend 327 vehicles and traffic of the Code of the Township of Montclair for right turns only, and I so move.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. I'm going to open the hearing without objection. Is there any objection? Hearing no objection, please open the hearing. Mr. Stafford, Mr. Fan, please let us know of the queue.
Mayor, at this time, there is no one in the queue.
Thank you very much, sir. Without objection, I'm going to close the hearing. Is there objection? Hearing no objection, any questions, concerns, or comments? Councilwoman, Councilwoman.
Mayor, I beg your pardon.
Yes.
A caller did call in. So I before the hearing was closed, a caller called in.
All right, we're going with tie goes to the runner, so sounds good. So let's open it back up, and Mr. Stafford, please patch them through. Thank you.
Certainly. Caller with the number starting 973-330. It is your turn to comment. 973-330. Please state your name for the record, mute your listening device, and keep your comments to 3 minutes.
Good evening, it's Frank Lebacki. So my thoughts on the, I'm also sharing a concern that Eileen Birmingham and others, many others have said about the new traffic pattern around Watchung. I don't know if any of you councilors remember the bus accident at Park Street and Wildwood. But for those who do and that are familiar with the area, the way that you're rerouting the traffic for somebody who wants to get on the other side of the tracks is going to lead them up Gordonhurst and Gordonhurst and Park. The sight lines are worse there than they are at Wildwood by far, and you're not addressing the parking on the east side of Park Street that inhibits a clear sight line. So you're going to have all this traffic turning left onto North Fulton, turning left on Gordonhurst, and creating another dangerous intersection. But no doubt it's probably a stop for students, for buses. And, you know, I don't know what the answer is. It's a complicated issue. I do know that I lived in this town a long time, and that gives me some perspective that some of the newer people don't have. And our population was actually greater back in my days when I was traversing that street on a daily basis 3 or 4 times a day. What I would simply say is that you shouldn't do this during the school year. At the very least, postpone it. Try it in the summertime, see how that works out on a test basis. And if that works, then great. You'll have both the study and some actual historical data to say that this is not a bad idea. But to do it in May in Montclair it's really just poor timing. So hope you'll consider that, and thank you very much for your time tonight.
Next would be caller with the number starting 718-753. It is your turn to comment. 718-753, please, for the record, state your name, mute your listening device, and keep your comments to 3 minutes.
This is Julian Park, one of the landlords. I object to the land rent control for 2 to 3 families. I am a landlord in the area, and people have mentioned that it decreases diversity. Rent control, abandoning rent control will decrease diversity, but I don't think that's true because, you know, all my tenants, you know, are diverse. I am a diverse person too, but
Sir, I feel constrained to advise you. This is the public hearing for Ordinance O-22-08, which is to amend Section 327 of the Vehicles and Traffic Code of the Township's Code. You're commenting about a public hearing that took place moments ago.
Got it. Sorry about that. What was the result of that hearing, sir?
The item passed.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next would be a caller with the number starting 973-744. It is your turn to comment. 973-744. Please, for the record, state your name, mute your listening device, and keep your comments to 3 minutes.
Glenn Collins.
For the record,
hello.
Mute your listening device. Sir, we can hear you. If you would do us the service to mute your listening device.
Yes, I live on Gordonhurst Avenue, and I'm sorry, I'm trying to mute my.
Sir, we can hear you. If you would do us the service.
I'm so sorry.
Yes,
I live on Gordonhurst Avenue, and I'm sorry, I'm trying to mute my. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, I can't find the remote. I'll have to hang up. Sorry. Bye.
Mayor, there is nobody else in the queue.
Okay. So seeing now, I will, without objection, close the hearing. Is there objection? Okay, we'll close the hearing. Any questions, concerns, or comments? Councilwoman Schlager, I had you with your hand up before I went back. So Councilwoman Schlager.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you. I just want to say a couple of things about this ordinance, and that is I've met with residents on North Fullerton last night. I heard their concerns. I heard all the people that called in this evening in relation to this. I've gotten many emails, what did come out of some of my meeting last night, and what I've been thinking about was going to ask that we put into our ordinance a limit to when our no left turn, that there'd be a limit, there'd be a timeline, that there'd be a expiration date, so to speak, to the no left turn. But now I realize if we could just perhaps, if that's not going to happen, and I don't think it can, to change the ordinance, if we could maybe speed up the traffic study that's going to take place to look at the whole area holistically. If we could have a timeline, I know we can't get that settled tonight, but that if we could come up with that and expedite it as quickly as we can, and that perhaps out of that study, there will be a recommendation for a traffic light or a rotary, which might alleviate this area, not only coming out of Watchung Plaza, but coming out of Park Street, and also Midland Avenue under the train trestle, which is also quite chaotic at times, especially in the morning en route to Montclair High School. So that is my hope, that this study can be done in a very, very timely manner, and that perhaps there won't be a need anymore for a no left turn out of Watchung Plaza, and that there'd be a rotary or a light. And that, I think, would hopefully be the perfect world that would give us some results here. I also would like to make a request, and that Mr. Stafford and Mr. Scantlebury can look into this at some point. I would say almost every month I get a request for a traffic study. Fullerton, Gordonhurst, Chestnut. I have another one coming up on Dodge Street. And I see Councilor Price Abrams is discussing one on Union. There are just so many requests for these on every month. And I know our police department does a really good job at answering our requests, but perhaps there needs to be another way to do this so that the requests just go on and on and on, and they're time consuming and people have to wait. And so maybe there's a way to look into this at some point in the future. But all in all, I am hoping for this Watchung Plaza area that the study be expedited and done as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. And certainly I'd just say, good news for us. We absolutely have a wonderful and willing partner in County Administrator Jackson, as you know,
Yes.
who's working hand in glove with us on this to expedite everything. And of course, there's levels of involvement, as we know, in the intersection of county and state and local, right? How we get that together. But that I know he's committed to getting this done as quickly as possible. We do know that the engineers have looked at and come back with what we're talking about tonight to try and do something, and then of course look for the broader study that would be more global. So that I know is a commitment. You're absolutely right, and I'll continue to talk to him, County Administrator Jackson, and make sure he's on top of it, which he is. But he emails almost daily on that too. So
Yeah.
that's a yes. Secondly, to the other thing you noted, though, you're absolutely right. We do all receive. I remember, especially as a ward counselor, a number of these, right, constantly. Just process on it. Appreciate Mr. Stafford, Mr. Scandalberry giving us that list, right, of where they all were and all the traffic studies and what that is. And just for the public's knowledge on this piece, the state does have some specific guidelines, especially for intersections when it's called warrant studies and all those other pieces. They're aware that oftentimes, myself, I'm sure all my colleagues on here, what the areas we're most used to, we are all constantly looking for some type of traffic calming or ways to go slower. The state is mindful that towns without certain parameters would probably put these pieces in place throughout all municipalities, and certainly the state has a broader goal of ensuring traffic does flow, although flow safely. So it has specific criteria. Our police department does do an excellent job along with our township staff to kind of assess each one of these, and then does it meet the requirements or not, and then get those back. I will say somewhere in that interface, to the councilwoman's point of us having to ask for the list, what's the latest, it just is a little cumbersome. I will say this, Councilwoman Schlager and Mr. Stafford's on. I have asked for our first conference meeting in May that Mr. Stafford and additional staff come and present this. With the management tool that we're, as you know, the township working through right now as to how any incident or anything is managed and tracked. And certainly I think at that, I've asked for an update on how that's working and how we specifically can interface with that. And certainly, as we know, there's a public component to that and how they can interface. And maybe this is a piece of it that can be, put on some type of public side so that people can just see what the answers are to some of these pieces. But we are scheduled to receive an update on that at our conference meeting, Councilwoman. So I've asked for that as well. So just to give you an update on that. So just, I think we should address a lot of the pieces you note, great points, and hopefully that will through that work.
That's great to hear. Thank you.
I'm sorry. I'm going to reach out to the Traffic Bureau so Lieutenant Ignazzo can forward to me what warrants a traffic study. Because as it is now, every incident that happens, there's a request for a traffic study. So there is a criteria that the Traffic Bureau uses. And once I get that, I'll disseminate it to the governing body members. That way, when you're approached for a traffic study, you'll be able to determine whether it warrants a study or not. So I'll get that to you as soon as I possibly can.
Terrific. Thank you.
Councilman Yacobelis.
Thanks, Mayor. So I just want, a lot of residents obviously called in about this, like Councilor Schlager. I know I didn't get to meet with the residents last night, but I've been speaking on the phone with and Facebook Messenger and email and everything else with many, many residents in North Fulton and Gordonhurst in particular. So I just want people to know that I hear you. I think we all hear you. In this particular situation, and there's a lot of misinformation out there about this, which drives me crazy. It's sort of spiraled out of control. This was something that we started before there was a petition, before there was an accident at the intersection. Councilor Schlager and I and Deputy Mayor Herlock and I have been talking about improvements to this intersection earlier this year. I posted 2 weeks actually before the accident saying that we have to fix this intersection before something else happens. And then that mother and child were struck by the car, and then the petition started after that. So I just want to make sure that folks know that the conversation started before there was the outcry to do something. And a formal traffic study has been done by the Montclair Police Department. It's been affirmed by our municipal engineers. It's been further affirmed by the county engineers. And in particular, this turn, making it right turn only, is really because sight lines are impeded by vegetation that grows around the flagpole and the island for the park kind of leading out into the plaza. And the slope of the hill for cars on Watchung Avenue, they're coming up from underneath the railroad tracks, headed eastbound on Watchung Avenue, and it's hard to see. And so you have a lot of cars creeping out and then attempting to go across or to the left. So again, this is uniformly endorsed by the experts from an engineering and from a traffic safety perspective. And I can't hear that and unhear it, right? And not act on it. I can't imagine if we didn't act on this and then, tomorrow, the next day, somebody is struck by a car making a turn that we could have prevented by putting this sign in. So I think we have to be really careful about, making sure we're listening to the experts on stuff like this. And I understand the concern about there being secondary or tertiary consequences potentially of this in terms of changing circulation patterns. And I think for the residents on North Fulton and Gordonhurst, what we need to do is, and to Mr. Scantlebury's point, first of all, know the criteria for calling for a study, but I hear very legitimate concerns about their wanting a four-way stop there, about that being a school bus stop. So, if this meets the criteria, and especially after this change, if this goes into effect, we should then study the intersection and the impacts. Like I said, with rent control, there's a lot of hypotheses about what behavior might look like, what vehicular behavior will look like. And that's hard. We can't react to hypotheses. We have to react to real data and real facts. And I'll just give one example. We're looking at the signage for various parking lots around town, and Watchung Avenue, the train station, that parking lot next to the bookstore, is one where the signage can be improved so that more people can park there. You have more nuanced parking or more nuanced signage in regards to the permit only. And if someone frequenting the stores or restaurants in Watchung Plaza park in that plaza and leave from that plaza, they're then making a right on Fairfield, a left on Fulton, and a left on Watchung Avenue to head out. So they're not going up towards Gordonhurst. So there are other ways. And I think we don't know what the behavior is going to be, and we just have to be prepared to monitor that and react to that. So I think it's really important that we listen to, again, the police department's traffic study results, county engineers, local engineers, and make a very modest change. I don't know if there's any more comments. That's all mine. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple things real quick. First off, I appreciate Councilor Jacobellis working with me on these issues. That area is where the first ward intersects with the second ward there. There's a couple of businesses on Watchung Avenue that are, on Park Street, that are part of the whole plaza there, which is actually in the first ward. And there's been I've received several calls about various close calls. I've seen them myself over the years, and we had to do something there. And we work a lot on these issues too, as the Public Safety Committee, which is Councilor Cummings and myself are on that committee. And we've had a lot of these issues come up since we formed that committee, and we've been working on it over the last 2 years now, where these traffic studies come up. We've spoken with public safety, police department, just about everybody we could, engineers, how, we've got to have and there are a lot of studies that come out. I've had quite a few in the first ward over the last 10 years. Not always happy with some of the results that we receive. I'm trying to get us away from what I call the ghoulish factor, which is that you haven't had enough accidents according to New Jersey DOT or federal DOT, and trying to get that analysis moved away from there to something a little bit more positive, and been working with the Montclair Police Department, Chief Conforti, Mr. Scantlebury, and Mr. Stafford on those issues as well as part of public safety. So it's definitely, we're looking at this. We get these calls all the time. I get them all the time around the schools, whether it's Northeast School, whether it's Buzz Aldrin, Upper Montclair business area, all areas in the first ward. We've been dealing with this for many, many years now. And I'd be interested, Mr. Mayor, when we do have that meeting, what is presented, because this is something that we really do need to get a better handle on with some of these issues that come up. We've been pretty creative over the years, I know Mr. Scantlebury and I, with the former township engineer, came up with a very good solution on Park Street down by, we were down by Alexander Avenue. There was a speed bump that was put in, slowed traffic down dramatically, accidents dramatically decreased, and it worked very well. And that was a very creative solution that we had. So again, I'm looking forward to what we're going to do on this. I appreciate the efforts of my colleagues, Councilman Yakubellis, as well as Councilwoman Schlager, working collaboratively on that issue. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Mayor, just one quick comment.
Sure, Councilman Cummings.
Traffic studies take a while for a reason, because they try to make sure they cover all kinds of traffic that comes on the street. And to everyone's here, yes, the request for traffic studies is amazing. But I think we all need to kind of like pause and understand there are different circumstances, and what concerns me about Watchung is, when you shut down during school days, and then you also have the lacrosse or field hockey games, that's going to be a very convoluted area. And, one turn off of the street, the residents on North Fulton, they are going to have a lot more traffic. And me being one who, as my favorite counselor, Yakubellis, reminded me, when I think of, people coming out and talking about issues, the squeaky wheel getting, the oil, this is somewhat an example. You guys have put in the request. It came back with a suggestion. You're taking that suggestion. Further study is going to be done. And if there are some recommendations from that, I think, we need to act. But I don't want to have someone rush. You can put it up as a priority of what we need to get done, but I don't want them to rush through it. I think it should take the same amount of time as any traffic study, so that we can get back data that really can inform us of all the things that we need to be careful of. So I think it's a good idea to do this right now based on the work that you all have done. But I do want to ensure that we make sure that the team behind this really takes its time and gives us a real comprehensive response.
Mayor?
Hold on, Councilman Russo. I saw Councilman Price Abrams' hand was raised, and then Councilman Russo. Please.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to add to the conversation that in the course of Councilor Cummings and my review of advisory committees, we took note of the entire list of what committees we have had over the years, and there have been different iterations that were public, pedestrian safety and traffic safety, and some that overlapped. I mean, several things that might be folded into one. And so it is a thought, and we would welcome input from others. I would welcome input from others as to the merits of formulating again an advisory committee in this regard that would allow the public, as volunteers to the committee, to help us review and consider these matters, and where that would fit into the process. So welcome comment now, or we can certainly take it offline. But if that would be a valuable service, there are issues throughout town. Again, when Aaliyah called earlier and was commenting on people racing to the light at Union, that happens all over town. There are people driving much too fast, and I find myself yelling as they pass by. But what are the things we can be doing? And some of them have been, of course, referenced in this conversation tonight. But are there patterns and practices that we want to sort of have some thinking around that we would benefit from public participation? So I offer that up tonight.
Councilman Russo.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I was the first ward councilman about 30 years ago. And when I was there, I was talking to people about the problems of that corner where we almost got a light. Well, 50 years ago was when we almost got a traffic light, through the effort of the Tulchin family. The article you may have all seen was written by Martin Tulchin. His wife was a Democratic county committee woman in the 70s, and she tried to get something done, which almost happened. But it seemed like anytime we really tried to get this corrected, it didn't really happen. And we're trying now, council members are working on it. I go to that area continually. Haircuts are done by the Sis. I'll get coffee and delicious hot chocolate from the Montclair local coffee house. Dino's Pizza has been a staple for 30 years in our house. The restaurants, my wife works part-time in that area. I'm so concerned about it. It's an overlapping area which has the first and second wards businesses in it, and of course residents. I never heard the concern so strongly expressed by the North Fullerton residents, particularly tonight. There's no easy solution, but I've been asking for a while to have, as an emergency temporary measure, police and crossing guard presence, because even if we put a sign up, people may not obey the sign. The sign is really a temporary measure also, but it's a solution temporarily that satisfies a lot of those who had asked for something to be done. I know that our former Mayor Jackson has been working on this from the county level with us, and I thank Robert Jackson for that. And his next, recommendation was something my wife was talking to me about, that you're really not going to solve the problem unless you put something on Park Street that prevents a left turn there as well. But she also pointed out, as people go down Watchung, you're going to then have them quickly turning onto the plaza to try to get around so they can do what they were trying to do from Park. They want to make a left on Park. They scoot around again and come out Watchung Plaza to Watchung Avenue and want to go down. Say they just want to go down all the way down Watchung. They don't want to go to North Fulton. They want to go all the way down Watchung, to Glen Ridge, to Bloomfield. So they're going to be doing that turnaround and making a mess of things again. There's no easy solution. The ultimate solution is some sort of lighting, traffic lighting, but the temporary solution, the emergency temporary solution, because people can get hurt and children can get killed. And I crossed a student, I guess he was 10 years old, a couple of weeks ago outside the coffee house, crossed to myself, just put my hands up, told everybody to stop. And they all stopped. Well, a police officer, or maybe we don't need full police. Don't we have the possibility of people who are in training or some sort of, something between a full police officer who's paid a lot and a crossing guard who isn't paid much? Isn't there some way we could have community patrol people help stop the traffic and cross pedestrians? I'm concerned about those pedestrians. So I'm just saying, let's look at that emergency measure. And I'm asking again to have police assigned in a temporary way to see if that helps during certain hours. And that's where the certain hours comes in that Councilor Schlager's talking about. Maybe the signage should say during certain times of the day, there's no left turn and there's a right turn only. But also, police are not needed all the time. But in the morning between 8 and 10, I've been asked by businesses and residents, between 8 and 10 and maybe 2 to 4, couldn't we station a police officer? I'm basically asking this to the manager because I can't talk to the police in our system of government.
I believe there's a crossing guard there, sir. I've reached out to the chief of police by text message and haven't received his response. When I do, I will forward it to you.
Okay, but you say there's a crossing guard. I don't know that that's adequate, but I've heard that the crossing guards who they have had don't want to really get too involved in traffic control. So there's a lot of dissatisfaction with what's there now. So if you can get any police response, I would like to have that be the focus, as I've been asked by businesses and residents to do that as a temporary measure. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further comment, Madam Clerk.
Counselor Cummings? Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
Yes.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yacobelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Thank you. Next is a new ordinance, which is Ordinance O-22-07, Native Vegetation Ordinance, and I so move.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Any questions, concerns, or comments? Councilman Yacobelis?
Thanks, Mayor. I'll just provide some quick comments given the hour. So first of all, I want to thank all of you for the push and pull with this. Started with the Services Committee with Council Price Abrams, Council Russo, got to sit with Deputy Mayor Herlock and go over this, got to call Councilor Schlager and talk about it. Mayor, you and I have spoken about it. David, you've offered constructive feedback. So I want to thank all of you because I think it was a really healthy exercise to also pause, get more input. In particular, I want to thank Ms. DeVito for doing a lot of the heavy lifting here in terms of drafting the language for this. I want to just go through a couple people to thank, if you'll forgive me, and just acknowledge work. The Native Plant Society, Deb Ellis, multiple arborists from around the state, DCS and Steve Wood, the New Jersey chapter of the International Society of Arboriculture, the New Jersey Urban Community Forestry Program, May and Montclair, the Garden Club, Van Bleck Home and Gardens, the Northeast Earth Coalition, and in particular, Jose German Gomez, who has been tirelessly advocating for stuff like this for decades. So a real push and pull. Not everybody's happy. That's what happens with compromise, but everybody is content. And it's when we started this, I actually didn't know that we were breaking some new ground here. So it's really, I think, exciting in terms of just Montclair demonstrating what's possible from a municipal policy perspective. And I'm just really proud of all of the involvement and shaping of this and excited for what it means. At the end of the day, it is Earth Month, and we're doing something really meaningful here to help just move the needle a little bit in trying to restore the ecosystem, the native ecosystem, with flexibility for understanding that species have been migrating north because temperatures are changing. And so definition of native includes the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic regions. So it's not just Northeast. So really excited about this, really excited about what it means for Montclair and for the future as we're procuring new trees and plants for municipal property. And just think it's going to be a great example for other municipalities to follow suit in the years ahead. So thank you, everybody.
Certainly, and I'll just note, thank you, Councilman, appreciate it, and all the work that's gone into this, and appreciate the collaborative process, and certainly also want to thank the Environmental Commission. I know that they have always been, focused on this type of conversation as well, and making sure that the trees we've always planted as part of the big tree planting budget we do have been native. That's a big one that they've always had in their sites. So kudos, everyone coming together and making sure we've got a really great ordinance moving forward. So thank you for your work there, Councilwoman Price Abrams.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and thanks to Councilor Yacobelis for really leading this, and as you just described, a lot of process to sort of do this well. But what I think is exciting about it, in that it's groundbreaking, and you noted it's Earth Month, almost Earth Day, that we're talking about restoring balance in the natural environment, and what naturally grows here, what wildlife feeds on it. It's holistic, it's integrated, and in that way we serve ourselves and our broader community infrastructure at the most natural level in a sustainable way. And this is really truly the definition of what sustainability means: what will serve itself well and what will thrive. And so instead of fighting with the natural world. So I want to also acknowledge that there was a certain amount of yielding to the culture that we've created. And so with some of the accommodation and recognizing this won't be 100% of everything planted, but that it would be constrained in certain categories, and that we honor certain kinds of traditions that have really nurtured the town in different kinds of ways, and how May and Montclair is observed, and all kinds of other things, how the bid does its beds to beautify the downtown area. All of these things were, I think, part of the meaningful compromise, but that we still really are accomplishing quite a lot here. And just lend my appreciation to Jose German, who has been, again, a thought leader in this, and that he deserves the recognition given here, and look forward to hopefully passing this shortly.
Sure, and that, yes, introducing. Any other questions, concerns, comments?
Mayor, just want to say thanks again to Jose Herman and Peter for getting this started. I was part of an interview that we did, Peter and I did on CBS, I think it was. They're very interested in what we're doing. It's national news to them, you know? So it looks like Montclair is once again on environmental issues, we're the leader. We're always a leader in environmental issues. Since the time that we first got natural gas cars, you know, we wanted to do things like that, and it started over 20 years ago. So many things to make sure that we are the leader, and this is another example of that. But I want to make sure everybody knows that we're going to be celebrating Earth Day in about a week, and this is another evidence of Montclair's leadership on the environment. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. I saw Councilman Schlager's hand. Councilwoman?
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry, I had a cough there a minute ago. Yes, I want to thank Councilman Iacobellis for bringing this to our attention and for bringing this up for a vote tonight. But I also, I really also have to give a little shout out to Keith Broderick from the vice chair of the planning board, who I've worked with for many years now. And every project that comes up before the planning board, Mr. Broderick brings this up with the plantings that go up and around developments in our town, and we often kid him a little bit about it, but it's so important, and it's so well-meaning, and so and I just have to thank Keith, Mr. Broderick, as well, and Peter. I don't know if you've ever met him, but you and he would have a lot in common. So
we nerd out often.
Oh, okay, good. So hats off to him as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. And certainly, if he did need to get in big trouble, you know, he's the liaison from the Environmental Commission, and they give him a lot of heat in those meetings to make sure he does exactly that.
Yes.
So good stuff. And
Yes.
he's formally been noted here that he's doing his job and doing it well. So thank you. For that. So
Agreed. Yep. Thanks.
Mayor, just one
Councilman Cummings
question. You know, I always ask this question about enforcement, and it's a great idea. I think it'll be the fact that Jose is behind it makes it sense, but I just want to make sure, you know, when we do these things that it's not just a feel-good thing, that it's going to be something that people will be accountable for doing.
All right. Okay, seeing no other questions, concerns, comments, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock,
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams,
Yes.
Counselor Russo,
Yes.
Counselor Schlager,
Yes.
Counselor Iacobellis,
Yes.
Mayor Spiller.
Yes, thank you. Next, we have our consent agenda, items 1 through 13. Without objection, I'll move those. So moved.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock,
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams,
Yes.
Counselor Russo,
Yes.
Counselor Schlager,
Yes.
Counselor Iacobellis,
Yes.
Mayor Spiller.
Yes. Next is Resolution R-22-087, which is a resolution declaring an emergency and directing that Ordinance O-22-08 to amend Section 327 Vehicles of the Traffic Code take effect immediately. Watchung Plaza-Right Turn Only. I so move.
Second.
So moved and seconded. Any additional questions, concerns, comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock,
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams,
Yes.
Counselor Russo,
Yes.
Counselor Schlager,
Yes.
Counselor Iacobellis,
Yes.
Mayor Spiller.
Yes. Next, Resolution R-22-088, Bills List Resolution. Councilman Schlager? please.
Yes, of course, Mayor. Whereas invoices against the Township of Montclair in favor of the following persons for the amount set opposite their respective names have been received, duly audited, and found correct. Now therefore be it resolved by the Council of the Township of Montclair in the County of Essex that said invoices be, and they are hereby ordered paid, and that checks be drawn by the Finance Department to the order such persons for the amounts respectively and hereinafter stated on the schedule attached hereto and made part hereof. This bill list is dated April 19th, 2022 for $17,449,010.82, and I so move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any questions, concerns, or comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Counselor Cummings,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Herlock,
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams,
Yes.
Counselor Russo,
Yes.
Counselor Schlager,
Yes.
Counselor Yacobelis,
Yes.
Mayor Spiller.
Yes, thank you very much. Next is Resolution R-22-089, which is a resolution authorizing executive session. The public being permitted to attend in accordance with NJSA 10:4-12B. Subject is personnel, and I so move.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, thank you. With that, we will move into executive session. Rick, team, please let us know when we are, and we'll continue from there. Thank you very much. right, thank you very much, everybody. I'll move us out of executive session. So thank you very much. That's all. Appreciate it. And with that, we'll go around the horn. Mr. Stafford, any additional comments?
Thank you, Mayor. I have nothing else tonight.
Thank you very much, sir. Township Attorney?
Nothing from me tonight.
Oh, and I see Deputy Attorney is also with you, so
Yes.
I'll assume that's a no as well, jointly there from both of you?
Yes, that's jointly, Mayor.
Okay, appreciate that. Let's see, going around, Councilman Cummings?
Mayor, I'm good. I'm glad we passed the budget and let's move forward. But it's too late to be talking. Good night.
Thank you. Councilwoman Price Abrams?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to say a couple really quick things. Details can be found elsewhere. As we talked about, Earth Day is coming. There are park cleanup and other cleanups, both the weekend of April 23rd, Saturday, as well as on the 30th. People should know that the plastic and paper bag ordinance in retail shops is effective as of May 4th, and Montclair was a trailblazer and probably helped, create the tipping point that this went statewide, but it is coming statewide. Bring your reusable bags. I want to note for people that there's a Montclair Public Library survey for anybody who's watching this later. montclairlibrary.org/survey, and that will help inform how the library will allocate its resources. And lastly, as we were acknowledging mental health in our proclamation earlier tonight, that May is an awareness month. There are other, of course, good organizations working in town, but one that I want to bring attention to is called Jared's Fund, created by a local family for a child who was lost to mental health issues and illness. And there are paid internships and other projects that you can be working on developing for the summer. So it's for high school seniors and juniors. And there's an application process, and I know it's been publicized, but I'll share that information as well. And with that, I say good night, everybody.
Thank you. Councilwoman Schlager?
No, I have nothing to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman. Mr. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just real quick for the 3 or 4 people still out there in TV land. First off, we're having our first ward cleanup day, April 30th from 9 until 12. It's a Saturday. This is something we started 10 years ago now. We had a brief hiatus because of COVID. Looking forward to getting that started up again. Parks, business areas, schools in the first ward are all participating. I really want to thank the staff members tonight who we've kept pretty late, who were not feeling well. They were under the weather. I'm not going to single them out by name. They know who they are, and I thank them profusely. It's great that we were able to keep the bond rating. We just got that recently, saving millions in our debt service going forward so that we have the money to do these projects. And I also want to thank the financial team again, having served on the finance committee now for 10 years. It's no easy feat, and thank my colleagues on the finance committee as well. And have a good evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Moving on, Councilman Yakbels.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll try to be real quick as well. We're working in terms of with Pilgrim Medical Center, which is the women's health clinic on Bloomfield Avenue, to figure out a solution so that protesters aren't literally in the faces of women entering and exiting that facility. Councilman Price Abrams and I working with Ms. DeVito and Mr. Burr in the attorney's office to look at what we can do. I'll be putting out a newsletter later this week around Earth Month and Earth Day and just everything everybody can do on their own in terms of composting programs to sign up for, plastics recycling, in addition to what the town accepts, energy aggregation program, and just what we could all be doing individually. I want to also mention the Flowbird stations that are in some of the municipal parking lots. I keep getting questions about the compatibility with Park Mobile. The answer is you can still use Park Mobile by selecting the zone for the parking lot, but you can also pay at the Flowbird station, or you can also pay using the Flowbird app. So there's just an abundance of options. I think we need to do a little bit of a better job clearing that up from a communications perspective. And the last thing I will say is happy early birthday to Councilwoman Robin Schlager. I think Thursday.
Yes, Thursday. Thank you,
I
Peter.
think Councilwoman Price Abrams has a birthday within this time frame, I remember. So happy birthday, and feel better to our hardworking employees. Thank you.
All right. Councilman Russo.
Yes, Mayor, just quickly, May 1st is Disability Pride March Day. So I think between 2 and 4, we're having a large turnout of folks, the People with Disabilities Committee and Alma Schneider and all the others who work so hard on this, Wendy, just inviting everybody for May 1st to come out and march with us on Disability Pride Day. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much to my colleagues. I'll just simply say, give a shout out and thank you to Congresswoman Mike Sherrill for last week's mayor's breakfast that we did. Just really a chance to talk about her different grant opportunities and also what's offered through Congressman Payne and certainly the great work that's going on at the congressional level. So just a big thank you. And it was nice to be able to finally have our first in-person one in a long time, as opposed to most of our check-ins, which have been virtual there. And along those lines, should the trending continue, previous trending of where we are around the pandemic, we again do hope to be back in person for our council meetings in May. That said, we are mindful of we are still in a pandemic, and as there are ups and downs, we'll be mindful accordingly and publicize accordingly as well. But with that, I will entertain a motion to adjourn and say good night.
So moved.
It's been moved. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Have a great night.
Everybody.
Have a good night. Bye bye all.
Happy Passover still, right? Good
Thank
night.
you.